Welcome to Normal America Show. I'm your host, James Brown, the hardest working man in streaming. Oh, wait, no. robnoerr, that's it. Oh, what a show we have for you tonight. You know, I'm back. I have some crazy admissions to have for you tonight. We'll get to them shortly. What a night. What a night. It's been a good one. My wife made pork chops and green beans for dinner, and it was amazing. It's simple. I remember growing up, my dad was like a simple man. My dad could eat pork chops every day of his life. Every day he could have. Now listen, I like a little variety. And I don't even think pork chops are my favorite. But I strive to be a simple man that's content with something like pork chops every night. My dad wasn't a big salad vegetable man though. I like a little onion with my pork chop. And anyways, what the hell am I rambling on about? Who knows? Ah, it's been a great day. Just a wonderful day. My son Hank starts week 2 of school. Knocked it out of the park. He's doing great. I gave him some missions on the way to school. I was like, okay, you have 2 missions. He says, okay, Dad. I was like, mission 1, you have to listen to your teacher. He's like, okay. I was like, mission 2, try to make 1 new friend. So I pick him up. And I'm like, how you doing, Hank? He goes, Dad, I got bad news. My wife's with me, too. I got bad news on the missions. I was like, uh-oh, what happened? He said, I listened to the teacher, but no one wanted to make friends. I was like, you tried. That's what matters. So, Masterbot stepping in. We'll talk about $20 donos and all that good stuff tonight. Oh, needless to say, last night I was whipped. The audience beat my ass. And so we're going to take steps to ensure that doesn't happen quite the same ever again. We're going to do it. We're going to take steps to ensure that. I will go through some of that process here later. But it's been an absolute wonderful day. I did a call-in show earlier today, and I fucked over my audience again. I got my revenge because there were 5 people that called in that I didn't get to due to stupidity of myself, but more importantly, due to my uncontrollable rage, which I'll get to in a second here. So we'll talk about that. Promise I'll get to all the super chats. And we'll get to some new rules for the channel and all of that stuff. John Blasterbot, thank you so much for the $20. Says chat traumatized Rob last night. Right. So, absolutely true. Oh, my man Spiro says thanks for the raid earlier. Of course, my pleasure, man. My pleasure. Sorry I didn't myself get to watch your show. We'll talk about why. I ended the show and then immediately went and picked up my son. And so I have a startling admission to make. It finally happened. Today it happened. Last night, a big part of the reason that today happened isn't that like to talk about like some deep shit. Let me repeat that. Last night, part of the reason that today happened. That's why people tune into me. Not to hear some stupid whip song. They tune into me for those deep thoughts. That's a deep cut. Put that in a poster, like one of those posters with like the cat, the inspirational poster with like a cat hanging on to a clothesline. Last night's part of the reason that today happened. Oh, whoa. Woo! That's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's the deepest shit I'm going to say tonight. Yeah? Am I right? So, mind. All right. I'm just going to leave that sink in for a minute. No, last night we were up until 4 a.m. playing whip songs all night. I think we got to 73 in one show. 73 $20 individual donations to play the whip song. I don't know what category that would fall in the Guinness Book of World Records, but surely we broke it, whatever category that would be. But for now, the reason I bring it up is that I went to bed By the time I got downstairs, showered, actually closed my eyes and got to sleep, it was probably close to 4:45 a.m. I was up at 7 to get my son ready for school. Obviously, I do nothing. My wife takes care of it all, but I sit there like, hey, what's up? And we drive to school. Then I went straight from there to a meeting with my merch guy. Straight from the merch guy back here, noon call-in show. Anyone who watched the noon call-in show, I thought it was fun, but you could probably tell that my eyes were like this. And then some guy called me a liar, and I absolutely lost my shit on him and demanded that he called in, which he did. And I clowned on him when he called in. Now, to be honest, he apologized for calling me a liar. And apparently in the string of obscenities that I called him in my half-asleep stupor, I called him a bitch. And he asked me to apologize for calling him a bitch. And I did not apologize to him for that. Nor am I currently apologizing for it. Because I feel like if you call someone a liar and they call you a bitch in response and you have to apologize because they weren't a liar, then the bitch label does not get an apology. That's my feelings on the matter. However, I will apologize to the audience. I think maybe a little aggro on my part. Maybe a little bit. Little on edge. Like, I feel like I was so tired that I could have been like walking through the supermarket and someone bumped my shoulder and I'd have been like, what the fuck's your problem? Like, a little tired. Anyways, maybe a little traumatized from the Whip song. Little PTSD from the Whip song last night. I don't know what the deal was. Anyways, we go from there. We do the show. Then I go pick up my son. Get back from picking up my son. Then I have a meeting with Mr. Ian Jake Rattlesnake. Have the meeting right into the extravaganza on the Crucible show. Knock the fucking extravaganza show out of the park. Kill it. Absolutely crush the show. Probably the best episode of the Crucible's extravaganza exclusive on Rumble that's ever occurred. Fucking kill it. Audience laughing. 14,000 people watching there. Bam. We didn't get a raid. That's okay. We're killing it. Go from there. Go downstairs. Wife's getting dinner ready. Have dinner. Talk to the family. I'm aloof. I'm funny. I'm cool dad. Doing great. And then I took a fucking nap. I woke up like 10 minutes ago. It finally happened. It caught up to me. I was like, I'll close my eyes for a couple minutes. My wife was shaking me. She's like, it's like 9:45. Aren't you supposed to stream tonight? I was like, oh shit. So there was a nice 2-hour and 40-minute nap. There you have it. I finally did it. I broke my streak of not taking super big time naps. But, man, there you have it. There it is. I did it. I finally was burning the candle at both ends and took a nice nap. Now, all this is to say, my man EOD messaged me. My man Cool Vic messaged me. I didn't respond to shit. I'm so sorry. I vaguely saw in my half-asleep nap that people messaged me. I didn't do shit. I didn't message anyone. Apologies for that. So I promise I'll get to all that stuff. But there you go. That's my, that's it. That's what my day was. I'm putting in the hours. By the way, tomorrow, I think I'll be doing the extravaganza again. So if you missed it today, don't worry. It'll be good tomorrow. We made fun of Mr. E. We made fun of Jake Rattlesnake. Talked a little about some stories and stuff. But the important part was making fun of Mr. E and Jake Rattlesnake. Bunch of foreigners anyways. At one point, they were talking about lifting kilograms? What's that shit? Get out of here with that shit. You're going to do a show in America? Convert that shit to American units. Kilograms. Kiss my ass. That means nothing to me. To them, football's some fucking stupid sport where you kick this round ball around. It's outlandish. I don't know what's going on over there with those foreigners. Next thing you know, they'll be getting CDLs and causing wrecks on the middle of our highways. I don't know. But it was good. It was a fun show. So check it out. Should still be up on the Crucible's Rumble channel. It's good stuff. One more thing before we get into the show. Everyone's favorite topic that they're going to absolutely hate. That I'm going to get the most grief over no matter what I do. I have to change some rules of this channel. Boo! 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 In a constant effort to sabotage myself, I've found something that the audience likes, and I'm going to shit all over it. Blasterbot Chat traumatized Rob last night. Thank you so much, Blaster. But $20 donation. You know what that means?
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's fall.
Oh, shit. Unforced ego. You've made a mistake that I made. I'll get to it in a second. Thank you so much, Blaster. Naughty Germ. Unbelievable. Always generous. $5. Thank you. And then the absolute Chad, one of the most generous people of our channel. So is Blaster, by the way. But man, Unforced Ego, always incredibly generous. $200. Says, end the whip song. I don't know what to talk about tonight. What am I supposed to do? Talk about politics? Thanks, Unforced Ego. But last night I made a mistake. I tried to put myself out of my misery by donating $200. And Unforced Ego, literally right before I donated $200, hey Rob, don't you get your money? Yeah, except I just pissed away 30% of that because YouTube will take a cut. And it was irrelevant anyways because Unforced Ego had already donated money over on PayPal for that very purpose. Well, Unforced Ego, unfortunately, sort of the same thing happens at your expense this evening. Here's the new rules of the whip song. Twice per hour. That's it. It will be played at the end of the hour. If you donate $20 anytime throughout this first hour, until we get to about 55 to 60 minutes and we start doing a little grift section of 5 to 10 minutes, you're not going to hear the whip song. In fact, most super chats won't be read until the top of the hour. There might be a few exceptions if they are relevant to the conversation we're having. Twice per hour. If 14 people donate for the whip song, 2. We're going to hear 2. Right? Then, second hour. Twice per hour. That's it. Other than that, the rules stay the same. Then, at the end of the second hour, we're going to go for an indeterminate amount of time. 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever. At the end of that time, I'll say that's it. Everyone, thank you for watching the show. Show's been great. We talk politics, and now we're going to fuck around. At that point, I will make good within human reason. And I will play each and every fucking whip song donated by the same rules. So if we've built up 40 whip songs by then, we'll play fucking 40 whip songs. But here's what I can't have happen. I can't have it be that a joke and teaching me a lesson, which is fun. It is. It is still funny as shit. It really is. But what I don't want to have happen is me to lose an audience that I deeply want, which is the audience that's not here for my good looks and my sparkling charm, but that actually wants to hear me talk about politics and cultural stuff and debate. I can't lose that audience because it would be funny to fuck me over and laugh at my expense, which is fine because I'm making money anyways. So I thought that this was my compromise. I'm like Costco. I don't want to change the price. $20 for whip song seems very fair. It's just I have to limit it. That's it. That's it. I got tons of messages. People are like, what the fuck, man? I can't watch you anymore. I can't do this because I tune in to hear what you have to say. And I think the whip thing was funny for the first 5 minutes. And then it became 73 fucking times in one night, which is fine. So the compromise is we can play the whip song 73 times. It just has to be like limited to the first 2 hours. That's it. So I hope that people understand that. And again, I think that it's funny. I think that the whip song is annoying the piss out of me at this point. It is. But I think that it's funny, and it's an excellent way to grift. Or as HN says, Rob, I hate getting money, nor. See, but here's the thing. HN would say that because he's a lefty that doesn't want me fucking crushing the political and culture war. See, so HN was probably sent here by the DNC to be like, oh, shit on this guy. And then they had an emergency meeting last night when we shit all over him because his takes were terrible on Rampage Jackson's son assaulting that white wrestler guy. Right? And so the DNC called an emergency meeting with HN and they were like, ooh, wait, new plan. Instead of trying to argue politics with him where you get fucking crushed and the lefties get crushed, encourage him to keep playing this whip song so they never talks about politics and crushes us. We're on to you. We're on to you, HN. So that's it. So now the other rules apply. $20 for a whip song, only $2 per the first 2 hours. Then we'll make good on it. However, $200 donation ends the whip song. If you want the whip song to be played again tonight, someone's going to have to donate $200. But at maximum 2 times at the end of the top 2 hours of the show. That's it. Ron Quay, $2.50 says, holds up a sign, reframing the rules. Thanks, RTP. There you have it. Now, I hope this is a compromise that people could live with. Ron Quay, $2.09 says, to be fair, I agree with you. It was a bit much. It was fucking funny. And listen, if my channel becomes people donate $2,000 worth of whip song every night, I'll do it. I'm going to make a good living. But that's it. L the Nerf, says Alexander R. Well, that's the compromise. It's not really a nerf, it's a delay. Or you could think of it this way. Those of you that just tune into, I can't believe I'm saying this, but those of you who maybe just tune into my show to hear the whip song, maybe you're like, well, Rob comes on at 10. I'll tune in at midnight. See? Problem solved. Then it'll be basically the same. You just, I don't know, read a book. People still read books. That's funny. Whatever, for the first 2 hours. Anyways, moving on. There you have it. I hope the compromise works. Thank you so much for my audience. I think with the new rules and the great unforced ego here, maybe I will be mercifully spared any more whip songs this evening. Let's get to the fucking stories. Let's do it. All right, bad Trump today. We have this executive order on burning, and we have the leaving Chinese students in. Then I thought we would probably get to reviewing some of the Whick-Andrew Wilson debate. Now, the Whick-Andrew Wilson debate was like 4 hours. We ain't going through 4 hours. Basically, there's one argument for 4 hours, which is laughable, but it's absolutely true. And the people that watch that debate in totality will probably tell you right now, yep, it was basically the same argument over and over and over and over and over. So we'll watch some of that, and then we'll get to anything anyone else wants. Blasterbot, thanks so much for the $10. Says, Unforced Ego's going to be the first dono one of these days, just so we don't get any whips. Just, hey, he said it would have been tonight, but he didn't get downstairs fast enough. It's funny. But someone could sabotage Unforced Ego by, if he doesn't see it and you time it right, you could donate $200, and then if he forgets to say end whip song with his $200 donation, it would reverse it. That's some real high-level strategy. So we're trying to get to our goal of $357 today. And lastly, Crucible Crusader $5 says, no whip song, I'm out of here. Just kidding, Rob. Now, I didn't say that. Go back and listen to the rules carefully. So, James S. says, can we buy $20? Thank you, you legend. Can we buy anti-whip song so you can grift on both ends? The $200, dude, I can't keep track. It'd be fucking crazy. It'd be the same problem that the whip song is in the first place, that I'd be sitting here like a vegetable trying to keep track of where we were. So $200 for anti-whip, that's the best I could do on that. All right. How many people heard about Trump's executive order today on banning burning? Did anybody hear of this? So there was an EO, it was all the rage. We talked about it a little this morning. Anybody hear about this? So Trump comes out and is like, yeah, we're going to put a ban on this burning. It's going to be criminal. Yeah. And I don't understand this. I don't understand why it's so controversial. I'm actually for this. How many people are for this and how many are against it? Now, man, I didn't read the EO, so apologies for that unforced ego. And I was talking about it a little this morning. So Zen's forehead's for it. Who else? Kokomo's for it. Jack says it's not the government's role. For it. Okay, a lot of people for it. I thought that. I thought there would be a lot of people for it. I think that that's obviously the correct position. But I didn't know with this audience. You know, I didn't read the EO. I just heard about it. And it's a little shocking, but also I think the right thing to do. With this audience, though, I know there are strong feelings on these sorts of subjects, and sometimes I disagree with. So, to me, it just seems like the status quo, though. I was surprised that Trump worded it this way. I already, correct me if I'm wrong, I already thought this was illegal. It's constitutionally protected, says HN. Really? You think that you could burn it and it's constitutionally protected? That can't be true. It cannot be true. Aquay says you were wrong. Look, I was mistaken this morning. So I just heard about it. Like I said, I was in a delirious stupor from not having slept last night and heard the whip song all night. It incites violence when you burn. Mix-a-Lot, the symbol of America. That's what you're calling it? The symbol of America. I think that's a bit hyperbolic. So basically, I thought the status quo was you couldn't burn it. Duck says it's less complicated. So again, I just heard about this in my half delirium, sleep deprived stupor. For those that don't know what we're talking about, apparently Donald Trump signed an executive order today saying that you can't light on fire and burn alive homosexuals, except he used a slur and said that you couldn't burn them, which I thought most of us, regardless of what you're feeling on gay marriage, would be, of course, you can't burn gay people. I don't think I would call them the symbol of America. That seems to be a bit much. I don't know about that. And I'm a little shocked. It's sort of like, okay, I'm sure the LGBT community is like, thank you, Trump. We don't want people burning us. We think they should be criminally punished. But, I don't know, maybe he's appealing to the Christian right by using the homophobic slur to say not to ban them. But, yeah, I don't know. I assume that was the status quo. You already couldn't burn people alive, regardless of their sexual orientation. So, see, Angel Berber says, it's not unconditionally protect. Okay, well, I always just assumed. So, I don't think I'm taking a hard stance here to say, you don't think the American flag. Wait, American flag? Flag. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh shit. Maybe I misread this. Did I misread? That's crazy. My mistake. Oh, that's awkward. A little awkward there. That makes more sense. Oh, it was an executive order on flag burning. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Yeah, let's talk about flag burning. Okay. Whew. A little weird there for a minute. I was like, what's this country came to? Symbol of America? I mean, come on. All right, here we go. We've had our fun. Please keep it terms of service. Just a little Rodney Dangerfield gag there. All right, flag burning. Yeah, I talked about this a little this morning. I'm not a big fan of this. Except I haven't read the EO yet, so we're going to do that, and we're going to see if my feeling still stands. Now, the way I hear Trump talking about it is that it's basically criminalizing burning of the United States flag. And while I think there is a lot you could do when it comes to burning the flag that's above and beyond sort of what the average Democrat would do, ultimately, the free speech advocate in me says, no, I don't want the U.S. government banning even anti-American speech, including burning the American flag. I don't want that because it is against my principle. And my principle is you should be allowed to talk a lot of dog shit and show your ass to everyone. And we should be allowed to mock you for that. Now, if you burn my flag, if you burn a public flag, sure. Increase the penalties to that you see that other people when they vandalize a pride flag or something like that. And some of the penalties are astronomical and insane. The people are looking for hate crimes that literally are looking at 10, 13 years in jail for vandalizing. It should be a crime to vandalize someone else's property. I don't give a shit if it's a pride flag. I don't give a shit if it's a political flag. Of course, where's that same energy when people are running around destroying Trump flags or Republican political signs, etc.? Nonetheless, astronomical, exorbitant, petty, garbage, bullshit, hate crime legislation that needs to be done away with. I fucking hate the hate crime legislation. Hate crime legislation, just take out the word hate crime and insert, we hate white people. It's okay to do it to whites. There you go. That's what hate crime's about. So you can burn the American flag, just can't burn the pride flag. So I understand why so many people are like, yep, our good friend Alexander R. called in this morning and we had this conversation where he thinks that this will be overturned by the Supreme Court, but it will set a precedent that then would force them to roll back the punishments that they had on the hate crime stuff. I don't think it'll do that. I think that's a stupid reason to support this. I really do. I think that it will set up, it'll waste Trump's political, it's wrong on face value, but strategically it's wrong because it wastes Trump's political capital. I think that there's a lot of people that will look at this and be like, even people like me that'll be like, this is too far. It sort of goes to the narrative that Trump's a petty tyrant. Now, first off, let's look at the legal mechanisms, which I agree with, that go beyond sort of what the average Democrat would want. I absolutely think that anyone who's not a U.S. citizen, so you're on a visa, you're an illegal, whatever it may be, whether you're here as a visitor legally or you're illegal, if you burn the American flag, it should be a one-way ticket out of this country immediately. We should not be obligated to keep people in this country that hate this country. Goodbye. End of story. Now, this is consistent with what I've argued for quite some time. In fact, if you saw last night, we reviewed sort of on Verbal Combat, me talking to this lefty effigy. And the start of that conversation and the panel in general was the idea that due process is different depending on your status as a citizen in this country. Me and yours due process, if you're a citizen, is different than a visitor's due process. They still have due process. I agree with that the Constitution entails that. But the level of it's different. In fact, the level of due process is different even amongst citizens depending on the exact situation. The due process you're afforded, for example, for like a violation, a civil violation, you didn't have your seatbelt on, the due process for that is slightly different than the due process for a criminal investigation. So that I stand on. And the Democrats are going to say, free speech. No, fuck you. We are not obligated. We are not obligated as a country to have guests in this country that hate this country. Goodbye. And I think burning the American flag is a very easy way and should be a very easy threshold to say, see ya. So in that, most of you that favor this EO would say, I agree. That makes sense, Rob. Those of you that are like, Rob's based. He's arguing against Trump on the CEO. I never wanted to be your friend anyways. I don't care if the lefties like me. I hope you like me. I am likable. And I'm trying to just be honest with my opinions, but I don't think that I'm secretly becoming a lefty or some bleeding heart. Not happening. Okay, we settled that. I think that absolutely we should punish people through the legal system that damage property that's not their own. And if you want to go to the maximum extent of the law allowed, if that's an American flag, I guess I don't have a problem with that. But I think the punishment should be very similar if I'm flying a Trump flag and someone comes and destroys it and vandalizes, or if I'm flying an American flag and someone comes and vandalizes it. Both are people damaging my private property. Similar with public property. My town has flags that fly. Some of them just say the name of the town. Some of them are American flags. If someone intentionally damages those, that should be a crime. But it should also be a crime if it's a Democrat sign, it's public property or someone else's private property, etc. That's how I feel with it. Right? Justify it. Justify what? Punishing people for destroying public or private property of someone else's? Simple justification. Easy. I had a big debate on the website Above Top Secret, like circa 2017. There was these people made this giant inflatable balloon that was a Trump baby. Does anyone remember this story? Don't worry, I'll get to the super chats at the top of the hour. There's this giant inflatable. It looks like Trump as a baby, and it's mocking Trump. And some Trump supporter went up to this thing and like destroyed it with a knife. You can't do that. That's a crime. That balloon probably cost a couple $1,000, if not more. I don't know what those things run. You can't do that. You cannot destroy someone's property because you don't like the political message. You can't. I don't give a shit if it's an anti-Trump sign or if it's an American flag. You can't do that shit. That's a crime. If you want to buy a giant anti-Trump balloon and then destroy it to make a political, have at her. And unfortunately, if you want to buy an American flag and destroy it, go for it. Personally, I'm disgusted by the whole thing. Although I would not recommend physical violence to someone destroying an American flag, I would do my damnedest to get that flag and save it from being destroyed. And if that means I suffer some sort of punishment for grabbing someone else's property, so be it. Oh, thank you, Suzuki. I've heard that. DenyIgnorance.com, the new ATS. Cool. But I want a country where we could protest the country. What if Democrats win for the next 50 years? And they decide, you know what we're going to do? We don't like the white on the American flag. So instead of red, white, and blue, it's going to be red, rainbow, and blue. We're going to enshrine pride right in our national flag. And it's voted on and passes. That's it. That's the new United States flag. Should you go to jail if you protest that and say, this isn't what America stood for? It's not what it meant. This is bullshit anti-Christian propaganda. Bullshit degenerate propaganda. Technically, it's the American flag now. Should you go to jail? Because you purchased one of those and say, fuck that. I'm burning this new garbage degenerate symbol flag. I don't think so. If you got drafted into Vietnam and you went over there with your best friend and you were both drafted and you lost limbs and your friend lost his life because you were sent over by a corrupt administration and you come back, and I think you'd be horribly misguided to do it, but your protest of the current government that sent you to go die in that war, corrupt fucking assholes that themselves don't have to go fight. And in your misguided anger, you burn an American flag. Should you go to jail? I don't think so. I think that should be protected speech. If you burn my flag, yeah, you should be punished. That's my feelings on it. I think it should be protected speech. I also think that it is a slippery slope. I think that it would be quick to see that we could say, well, there's other things that are symbols of the country that you can't burn. This country's about diversity. Can't burn. Can't do that. Possible EPA violation. Okay, fair enough. That's my feelings on it. We could quickly see ourselves. Why just stop at the American flag? Why not more? I do not think, I think it is antithetical to what I believe core values of this country are when it comes to free speech. That you have the right to protest the country itself as a citizen of this country. As despicable and disgusting as those protests may be, you have the right to go on, you should have the right to go publicly and be a racist and to say homophobic slurs. You should have that right. It doesn't matter if people like it or not. Yes, it's absolutely true that a bunch of asshats want to pass hate crime legislation and selectively enforce laws to go after people like us that I consider patriots. Then that's where Trump could be spending his time, going after that shit. Not by saying, well, then we're going to make shit illegal as well. However, the flaw in my argument is this. I haven't read the DMEO. I haven't read it. So here we go. Oftentimes what could happen is the explanations of these could be hyperbolic, misinterpreted, etc. So I figure, why not read the damn EO for ourselves and see if it says what people are implying it says? Or does it say something more benign? So, here's the link for you all that everybody could read. This is the official link to Trump's executive order that he signed today. Straight to the source. Now, bear with me. It's like, a couple paragraphs. I know that reading's not in vogue right now. But we're going to do it. This is my point, K-Dog. Everyone's saying, why isn't it a hate crime? Why isn't it a hate crime? Why isn't it a hate crime? Get rid of hate crimes is my argument. That's what the Trump should pass an executive order saying, no more hate crimes. Bullshit. If you commit a crime against someone, then it's the crime. The rationale that there are certain enhancers put on because of these categories that we say disliking some things is more important than disliking other is bullshit. All right, here we go. By the authority vested in me as President of the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, it is hereby ordered. Brief pause. I'm just reading President Trump's words. I currently am not President of the United States, nor have I been vested powers in order to pass executive orders. So what I'm doing is reading the President's words. Got it? Okay, we cleared that up. Section 1, purpose. Our great American flag is the most sacred and cherished symbol of the United States of America and of American freedom, identity, and strength. Agreed. Over nearly 2.5 centuries, many thousands of American patriots have fought, bled, and died to keep the stars and stripes waving proudly. The American flag is a special symbol in our national life that should unite and represent all Americans of every background and walk of life. Desecrating it is uniquely offensive and provocative. Pause. Uniquely? I mean, it's definitely offensive. It's definitely provocative. I suppose you could say uniquely in that there's nothing exactly like it. But let me ask you, if you're Christian, would burning a Bible be more offensive and provocative than burning the American flag? I don't know. I'd have to really think about it, right? But I understand what it's attempting to say here. I don't know. Nonetheless, continuing. Where are we at? It is a statement of contempt, hostility, and violence against our nation. Violence? The clearest possible expression of opposition to a political union that preserves our rights, liberty, and security. Burning this representation of America may incite violence and riot. The American flag burning is also used by groups of foreign nationals as a calculated act to intimidate and threaten violence against Americans because of their nationality and place of birth. I don't like this. I don't like either of those last two sentences. It may incite violence and riot. Okay. So may this channel. I don't call for violence. In fact, I think I'm one of the most consistent people condemning all acts of political violence. Yet nonetheless, someone theoretically could listen to something I'm saying, get pissed off enough. Isn't this the same rationale that was used to ban people like me from social media, from talking about things like the origins of the pandemic, vaccine efficacy, or the possible side effects of it? Possible malfeasance in the 2020 election? Oh, it could incite violence. So what? Bullshit. You're right, it could, and that doesn't mean that what I'm saying should be made illegal or banned. It's irrelevant. If we're going to start saying, well, we are going to not allow speech that could incite violence, if that's the precedent that gets set forth, then who the hell would we be to complain when the other side says, you can't use improper pronouns, it may incite violence? No. I am all for the same standard being equally applied. However, the way to do it is to stop the absurdity of the other side. And as president, he could have easily issued an executive order that went to the opposite direction. Instead of saying, yes, we like hate crime legislation. Yes, we like censoring speech that we claim can incite violence. It's just we're going to do it on our side. You are incorrect. Whips are not on the menu because Unforced Ego, unless someone sent money to PayPal, Unforced Ego sent $200, ending the whip song for this evening. So if you want to hear whip song, someone's going to have to donate $200. Anyways, continuing. Notwithstanding the Supreme Court's ruling on First Amendment protections, the court has never held that the American flag desecration conducted in a manner that is likely to incite imminent lawless action or that is an action amounting to fighting words is constitutionally protected. Oof. I have to claim ignorance and I'm going to have to look deep into this. Let's assume that's true for the sake of this argument. And I have a problem with the legality of comments that you could say are tantamount to, quote, fighting words. But let's say for a second I could accept that we have free speech. But if I'm about to say something like, hypothetically, so no one clip this out of context, but if I say, go take over that building, that government building now, theoretically, that may fall in the scope of free speech, except that I'm calling for imminent lawless action. And so therefore burning a flag is the same thing. That's a stretch. If you're burning a flag and you're yelling shit like that, take down this ICE facility, burn the American flag. Okay. But the burning of the flag's irrelevant. It's the actual words that were used that imply an imminent lawlessness. Now, I'm happy that what this suggests is that apparently what it's suggesting is if I choose to right now burn an American flag, I would never do this, but let's say right here on my channel, I'm like, here, burn the American flag right here. I'm just proving a point. No one be violent. Violence is absurd, but here I'm proving a point of burning the American flag. Presumably that's protected, even after this executive order. I guess I'm glad for that. But I'm not so sure that I want government authorities saying, we're going to interpret in a broad sense whether or not you're imminently implying violence. Isn't this sort of the same bullshit? I mean, again, fuck the lefties. I don't give a shit. They've shit all over free speech. It's the same problem with Trump said fight like hell, and that's an implication towards violence. Says who? The left that wants to censor and lock up and use lawfare against their opponents? Again, I understand wanting an end of a two-tier system, but there are certain issues and there are certain thresholds that I go too far on this. For example, I think it's absurd that lefties could riot with near impunity in this country in many instances. See the Summer of Love under George Floyd. But to me, the counter to that is aggressively prosecuting people that engage in that shit. Not saying, we're going to pass an executive order that says the right wing's allowed to riot like that. And you'd say, fair is fair. The left gets to. Why shouldn't the right? That, to me, is not the answer. Good luck with that. The courts are corrupt. Great. Then why give them more power? Did Donald Trump pass an executive order, HN, that said that you're allowed to riot like on January 6th? Nope. He pardoned people that were aggressively prosecuted in a two-tier system. That's different than passing an executive order saying the right's now allowed to riot. Or passing an executive order that says you're now no longer allowed to criticize Trump. That would be a call to imminent violence. Of course, you're too stupid to realize that. I'm not surprised given a guy that last night saw the Rampage Jackson's son's wrestling footage, and his hot take was, what about the white guy? He fake beats people up, so he sort of had it coming. Same thing, trying to brutally murder someone by punching a defenseless unconscious man 20 times. The same as a fake wrestling angle where you pretend to hit someone, same thing. So excuse me if I take your opinions with a huge grain of salt as the dog shit that they actually are. Again, this is what I'm talking about. You take all the opinions of people like HN, you put them in a little bubble, and then you stick it straight up people like HN's ass. Fuck him. I don't care at all. His opinion to me means nothing to this because these lefties are fucking hypocrites that don't believe in free speech in the first place. It's the equivalent of them saying, but what would Jesus do when they don't believe in Jesus? Go fuck yourself. Your opinion on this matter means nothing to me. That's it. I hope we've cleared that up. I'm talking to those of you that aren't sacks of shit. I'm talking for those of us that have standards that we're not reliant on the left in order to hold ourselves to these standards because we're better people than them. Not like HN, the piece of shit that he and all of his like-minded individuals are. Hope that clears that up. Fuck the left. They mean nothing to me in this. I'm holding myself to a standard because I choose to do that as a better person. Ernie Walton says, I'm done with this. Well, Ernie, that's the beauty of free speech. You don't have to watch. And I can say what I want. So go fuck you too, whatever your criticism is, which I have no clue. Because you're sort of new to me and in the grand scheme of things irrelevant. So I'm glad you're done with it if you're talking about me. If not, and you're talking about someone in the chat, then I apologize for going way overboard and insulting you. Nonetheless, continuing. My administration will act to restore respect and sanctity to the American flag and prosecute those who incite violence or otherwise violate our laws while desecrating this symbol of our country to the fullest extent permissible under any available authority. Now, this sentence is better if the argument's just, look, the executive order says those that are already committing crimes, forget about the flag burning. Forget about that. But if you're committing crime, you're rioting against ICE, You're waving the Mexican flag and you're beating the shit out of police officers and their cruisers. And then you burn the American flag. We are going to say that that's sort of, it's not that the burning the flag itself is a crime. It's that symbolizes an aggressed hostility to the country as a whole. And so we will go after the crimes you've committed to the maximum extent. That's a little more defensible. I have to think about that at great length, but I probably am okay with that. So, in other words, I burn a flag at a peaceful protest because I'm tired of, President Kamala wins next time in 2028. And she's doing a bunch of bullshit that I don't like. So I would never do this, but I'd burn an American flag in a misguided protest of President Kamala. But there's no violence or anything like that. Then no crime's been committed for me. But if I'm aggressively rioting against the United States while burning a flag, different story. We continue on. Measures to combat desecration of the American flag. A. The Attorney General shall prioritize the enforcement to the fullest extent possible of our nation's criminal and civil laws against acts of American flag desecration that violate applicable content-neutral laws while causing harm unrelated to expression consistent with the First Amendment. This may include, but not limited to, violent crimes, hate crimes, illegal discrimination against American citizens, or other violations of American civil rights, and crimes against property and the peace, as well as conspiracies and attempts to violate and aiding and abetting others to violate such laws. Again, now correct me if I'm wrong. The implication here seems to be we're not actually creating a new law. We're just saying that the laws that already exist against violence or destruction of public property or destruction of private property, if you burn the American flag while doing it, that we will go after you to the fullest extent possible. In other words, I would guess pursue the maximum punishment already offered by law. I don't think that's as bad as the initial reading. In other words, if this is true, we're not creating a new law. We're just saying the laws that already exist, okay? We're going to aggressively go after it. Now, I still have questions. I still don't like it necessarily. Because I still think if the act that you're doing is bad enough, it should have already been being aggressive, prosecuted to the fullest extent. If you're rioting against an ICE facility, hell yeah, throw the book at them. I don't think that we should be like, oh, well, I mean, they were beating the shit out of ICE officers and rioting and looting against public property. So, ho-hum, no big deal. Ooh, but they burned an American flag while they were doing it. Now throw the book at them. But I don't think this is nearly as bad. Nor do I think those that are... If my reading of this is correct right now, all of those that were saying, yes, it should create a new law saying under no circumstance can you ban an American flag. You'll admit then that you don't necessarily like what Trump's done here because it's not that. At least not so far in the reading of this. We'll see what happens as we go lower. Like if you get pulled over for speeding, but also get cited for not having a seatbelt on. No, because the seatbelt itself is an independent violation. This would be more like you get caught speeding, and there's a range of punishments that could be offered to you. And one is you get caught and you're like, I'm so sorry, officer. And you sign the ticket and you pay a fine. And the other is, F you, officer. I don't have to listen to you. F you, F you. Okay. Well, then we have options that same crime committed, but because of your uncooperative nature, etc., we could go for the maximum. And this is saying, if this thing occurs, then we should pursue the maximum possible penalty. That's my reading thus far of it. In other words, let's make this as simple as possible. We all agree that it should be a crime to vandalize public property. Probably. Okay. So, Now, if the public property that you're vandalizing is an American flag, then we go to the penalty for vandalization of public property, and let's say it says $1,000 to $10,000 fine and up to 3 months in jail. Well, if it was the American flag, then we pursue by default the maximum fine, the maximum jail time, allowed under the currently existing law. So it doesn't create a new law. It just says this is the sentencing guideline. This is the charging, or the what we recommend should be the norm. We're not creating a new penalty. We're just saying these actions for crimes that are already on the books, if it involves burning of the American flag, leads to the maximum penalty. Next, in cases where the Department of Justice or another executive agency determines that an instance of American flag desecration may violate an applicable state or local law, such as burning restrictions, disorderly conduct laws, or destruction of property laws, the agency shall refer the matter to the appropriate state or local authority for potential action. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that at all. In other words, we're not going to let people get away with this. If you see someone break a law that violates your state or local code, no more letting them off the hook. Aggressively prosecute it. I'm fine with that. No problem. That's good. C, to the maximum extent permitted by the Constitution, the Attorney General shall vigorously prosecute those who violate our laws in ways that involve desecrating the American flag, and may pursue litigation to clarify the scope of the First Amendment exceptions in this area. I'm a little shakier ground, but I'm fine with that, which is like, look, we're not blatantly going against what the court says, and we do believe in the First Amendment, but we'd like to sort of test that area in the sense that, of course, flag burning has been ruled protected free speech, but on the fringes, we'd like to see how far that goes. Okay. Not as happy with Section C there as I am with B, but fine. D, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Homeland Security, acting within their respective authorities, shall deny, prohibit, terminate, or revoke visas, residence permits, naturalizations proceedings, or other immigration benefits, or seek removal from the United States pursuant to the law, all the laws, whenever there's been an appropriate determination that foreign nationals have engaged in American flag desecration activity under circumstances that permit the exercise of such remedies pursuant to federal law. Great! No problems there. Best part of this. Yep. You're trying to get naturalized. You're here as a guest. You're here as an illegal. You burn our flag. We're going to go as aggressively as possible after you. Sounds good. Nope. 10 out of 10. No problem. Absolutely fine. No problem at all with that. Section 3, severability. If any provision of this order or application of any provision to any person or circumstance is held to be invalid, the remainder of the order and the application of its provision or any persons or circumstances shall not be affected thereby. In other words, if one section of this was ruled unconstitutional by court, the rest of it should still apply. Okay, fine. Next, general provisions. Nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect 1. Authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or head thereof. 2, the functions of the directors of the Office of Management and Budget related to budgetary, administrative, legislative proposals. B, the order shall be implemented consistent with applicable law and subject to the available appropriations. C, this order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable at law or in equity by any part of the United States, its department, agencies, entities, officers, employees, agents, or any other person. And D, the cost for publication of this order shall be borne by the Department of Justice. Okay? Final thoughts. Not near as bad as it sounded. I do not think my reading of this shows that they are creating a new law that says that if you burn the American flag, you go to jail. To me, the reading of it is, within the already existing confines of the law, it is sometimes illegal to burn the American flag. Absolutely true. I have an American flag. If some shithead lefty comes and burns it, they just destroyed my private property. That's a crime. We should all agree with that. This is merely saying, in instances where it's the American flag, and that law already exists that says it would be illegal to destroy it, we pursue the maximum current punishment allowed by law. And although It's a little bit shaky ground because it's similar to hate crime legislation. I don't think it's an enhancement. It's just saying we go after the maximum available law. And to me, that's what Alexander R. called in earlier and said, look, people are looking at 13 years for desecrating a pride flag. Why shouldn't we fight fire with fire? It's more along the lines of that. My criticism of Alexander R. was, I don't think that we should say, nope, you can't destroy your own flag. You can't, to me, that should be allowed. It does not seem that that's what this executive order is offering. I'm open to interpretations that I'm wrong. Does anyone disagree with me? That based on, and again, I'll put the link so you can read for yourself, but based on my reading of this, it is not what I assumed it was this morning, which my bad for not reading. The part that the left's going to be most pissed off is the part about non-citizens being deported. But I do not think that's true, Andrew Thetford. The bar is very low. No one's above the law. It does feel a little bit anti-freedom. I'm still not the biggest fan, but by no means is it as bad as it seemed to be this morning. We shouldn't. That's why I'm suggested even before this executive order, we should deport people that destroy the flag, that say things like death to America. That's not the issue, though. The issue is, what about citizens that do it? Unpopular speech should be protected. But if it's going to be, look, we're just going to go after you through the maximum allowable punishment already existence in law if you're committing some crime and, on top of it, burning the American flag, that's more palpable. So I don't think that this was to the level of the fear-mongering that you see, and I'm guilty of this as well. I should have read the executive order before opining, but in my defense, I'm human, and it did seem to imply the way Trump was talking about it, that it was like a ban on burning the flag. It doesn't seem to be that. And you fuckers kept me up until 4 a.m. playing that whip song until my brain was mush. So, Okay, time to grift. Time for some super chats. A quick repeating of the rules set at the outside of the night. Yes, $20 donation still gets you a whip song. However, don't donate yet. Any $20 donation will get you a whip song with two caveats. One, the previous caveat, that you could donate $200 to end the whip song, which has happened tonight. So there will be no whip song played the rest of the night unless one of you cheeky bastards want to donate $200 to reinstitute the privilege. The ball is in your court. Secondly, even if that is reinstituted, because of the absurdity of last night and the fact I believe the final tally was 73 times we played the whip song, 73 times, in a minute a pop, I'll leave you do the math, we will limit the whip song to the top of the hour twice, to the top of the second hour twice, and then after I finish the political content of the show, which would be about 2 hours, 45 minutes, then I will play, within reason, all whip songs. Now, if some smartass decides I'm going to send Rob $10,000 in 20 donations at a time, $20 donations at the time, so that he has to stay here for 40 hours playing the whip song over and over again, that's probably not going to happen. I think that, human decency and human biology implies that there are certain things that I'll need at some point, like sleep, but we'll do our best. We just have to put that caveat because people will try to test it. So, there's where we stand on whip song business. Proceeding on with the rest of the super chats. Alexander R., $5 called in for the first time today. Talk says, W, super good caller, changing your mind earlier this morning. Your call was fine. It was. I was a little grouchy, but not too bad. I thought it was a fine call. I think that maybe my understanding of at least this executive order at the time was a little off, But I still stand by that we should not, on its face, create a new crime that it is uniquely illegal to burn the American flag. It's a different conversation entirely to say we should maximize the penalty for the already existing laws if they are broken in the commission of burning the American flag. Blasterbot for $10. Thank you, man. Always incredibly generous. Says, I don't think it should be illegal, but it makes you a perk to burn the flag. That said, if you are charged with a hate crime for the burning of pride flag, the people burning American flag should probably be charged with that as well. I think that we should get rid of the hate crime for burning American flags. But that's not even what this executive order is suggesting. It's not saying that there should be sentence enhancers necessarily for burning the American flag. It's saying that we should go with the maximum available punishment currently allowed by law. Wade Boggs, $10 says, they should call me Aaron Burr for the way I'm dropping Hamiltons. Oh, snap. That's, was that the Lazy Sunday song? Am I right about that? Linebacker, great to hear from you. $17.76. Rap God for 15 seconds. Reasonable. Okay, let's look at the time. I could do that. So the problem is the people are right when they say that there's a libertarian inside me, there's a conservative inside me. Sometimes I leave the libertarian win out, but I think that there are things that are core to the United States government, which also makes me a patriot for agreeing. And one of those things would be the ability of free speech. I've seen so many times when the government decides to say something they're anti-free speech, and therefore they want to censor the places online. We should fight against that impulse, even if it means benefiting our sides. Although I do agree with the premise that we need to have an equal tier of justice for the government. What I end up saying, this will be a slippery slope that eventually we'll have neocons that get into power, and they'll say things like protesting the Iraq War and other things like that should be illegal. And then all of a sudden people like me will be in jail because I'll be talking about government authority just because we have someone in office that like remarkably like right now, like Trump, doesn't mean that it'll always be the case. So I'm always trying to hold myself to a different standard. The left holds themselves just because they're pieces of shit that want to make sure that they can do anything in the end. So always justify the mean doesn't mean that I'll look at it that way. So I think it's that what we should do. The best way to go about this would be ending hate crime laws that would go the opposite way. But this, and we should understand that the left are pieces of shit, and we should take the higher ground and say that we should actually support free speech because we're able to have free speech because we're able to defeat their ideas in the marketplace of ideas. They're incapable of doing that because they have dog shit people like this HN guy that aren't able to argue, and they have other people like Destiny that is forced to blacklist me because they understand that they debate me and the issues will actually get crushed on this, which is why I always support the principle of free speech because I think that we need to support the idea that we have these conversations, these dialogues that be able to go through because I'm on the right side of that. The same reason I think of that as a Christian, the same reason I think of that as a conservative, the same reason I think of that as a libertarian, and all the other things within there. It's because my ideas are the best, and I'm not unwilling to say that I need to censor people in order to disagree with them, nor do I want to give the American government the power to do that because I know it'll be misapplied in the future, even if it ends up benefiting my side now. All right, I hope that sufficed. Alexander R, $5. Thank you so much. Says destroying your own property can be domestic violence or disorderly conduct. Should those actions be protected speech? Like how? Give me an example. Like, yeah, if I throw a TV at my wife, that's destroying my property, but it's not the destruction of the property that makes it illegal. It's the fact that it was domestic violence. Disorderly conduct, again, disorderly conduct's a catch-all. Pretty much everything could be disorderly conduct. So yeah, if I'm making a lot of racket as I decide to start throwing my furniture out the window, that could be disorderly conduct. But the fact that it's a flag or any other article that's mine would be irrelevant to that being a crime. Postal Joe, $10, says, actually just donated $200 to America's Stream, and you are now president until someone else donates $200 reversing it. There you go. Well, now I can issue executive orders. Oh, boy. Thank you, Postal Joe. About time someone did the right thing. Kokomo, $10 says, don't agree with you in your flag stance, but appreciate you give your unfiltered opinion. Thank you. It's all I can do, and I appreciate, even if you disagree with me, that this is what I'm authentically believing. Michael Hatch, $10. Thank you. Says, I learned this as a Boy Scout. According to the U.S. Flag Code, there are conditions where burning a flag is actually appropriate. See U.S. Flag Code, Title 4, Chapter 1, Section 8. I'm not going to do that right now, but okay. I think there should be circumstances where I'm sure that it has something to do with like a necessity in the heat of battle or honoring someone in some sort of thing. Harbargnar, $10 says, just saw Andrew Wilson on Timcat. Andrew has the opposite view on it, made the same argument you made for John Bolton getting raided. Right, but I think that there's a threshold argument. For example, I would not say because there's a two-tiered system and the prosecution of people that firebomb police, that an executive order should be passed saying conservatives should basically be allowed to only get a slap on the wrist if they firebomb police. I would say no. That's bad. The John Bolton thing says within the confines of the current law that we already have, we're only selectively prosecuting people on one side. My argument is, fuck that. Let's prosecute people on the other side. That's different than saying, let's create new laws that basically just say, we're uniquely going to go after our opponents, but they can't go after us. That's different, in my opinion. But I'd debate Andrew on this if we disagree. And Bandit 848 says Hamiltons are $10 bills. What did I say, 100? Nice. America, baby. Don't even know my bill denominations. That is what debate is like. It's just talking like that, the policy debate. Jesse Rosenfield, $7 for the grift. Thank you so much, my friend. Oh, my goodness. That's going to put us to our goal already tonight, 1 hour in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd be remiss if I didn't give a goal. Thank you so much. Damn. Bandit 848, $5. Thank you. Says just like they should call me kidney disease for all the Jefferson's $2 bills I drop. Granted, I'm JWB for dropping a Lincoln on this one. Ooh. Now, you probably said JWB because to fit within the character limit there of a donation, but it would be funny if, like, for whatever reason, John Wilkes Booth is one of the terms that YouTube's like demonetized. You can't do that. So one more time, just in case anyone, if you're arguing with anyone, I'll put that link out here. There's the executive order yourself. Read it yourself. There you go. More bad Trump. Trump today, I mean, sometimes he flies off the cuff and he just says shit, but Trump today says, China, it's important to have a good relationship with China. Okay, fine. Try to have good relationships with even our enemies. We're going to allow 600,000 Chinese students. Replace the word students with spies. How about that? Trump keeps making this mistake of not understanding where his base is at with issues surrounding immigrations, visas, etc. And then Howard Lutnick, his secretary of something, I can't remember right now, comes out and is like, well, that's because if we didn't take these Chinese students, if we lost 600,000 Chinese students, well, then what would happen would be the bottom 15% of universities in this country would end up going out of business because there would be less total students. Okay, then let them. So we're in the government of like my tax dollars are in the business of subsidizing universities that aren't even to the benefit of Americans? Now, do I think that no student from China should be allowed to come to the United States? I don't think we're at that point. Maybe this is true. China only allows 450 American students in their country. Then we should reciprocate. Trump has the right idea with reciprocal tariffs. Why not reciprocal students? Wade Boggs, $2 says this hits different with an extra zero and a whip. That's true, but we're not going to have to worry about it tonight thanks to the absolute Chad Unforced Ego who jumped in to save the stream Immediately I was like, yeah, no whip song. Wigira, $10 says, name a pilot that has not been a disaster in the last 20 years. Pilot? Like someone who flies a plane? Or do you mean like first episode of a show? Politician. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. I was going to say, we're just taking tonight in a different. Show me the first episode of a show that hasn't been a disaster. Okay. Denzel in Flight. Wasn't the whole premise of that movie that he was an alcoholic and wrecked a plane or some shit? Yeah, most politicians are shit. Even the ones I like. You grade them on a curve. I would be shit as a politician, just less shit than everyone else. Maybe. Oh, look at this. Poor Black Irish Wolf. I wanted to hear the whip song. I was pretty much singing at work. Irish Wolf. Maybe the audience, someone will donate $200 to bring it back, baby. Maybe. Oh, he saved the plane. My bad. I didn't see the movie. Are you guys going to let poor Irish Wolf down here? Poor guy. Probably had a hard day at work. Just wants to hear the whip song. No one's going to donate the $200 to bring the whip song back. Okay. All right. So that's where we stand on. My guess is there will be more clarification for this. No. Now, wait a second. I was lambasted yesterday when I donated $200 of my own dollars, and everybody said, no, that's bullshit. You can't do that, blah, blah, blah. So I've instituted the rule that I'm not allowed to donate to my own channel. I can, but not that it affects any of our grifts that we're going on. So it is what it is. Now, what say you? We review a little debating. How about that? By the way, big props to my employer, Andrew Wilson, on Tim Pool's show tonight with Jack Posobiec. Good shit. Give us our free speech rights. We want our whip song. $200. Rules are rules. Be limited to 2 plays at the top of the hour, and then at some point tonight, probably around 12:30 or 12:45, I will make a big announcement that basically for all serious people, the show has ended. For the lunatics that want to stick around for grifting, making fun of me, etc., the show will continue. And you can play all the whip songs that you want. Real quick, Unforced Ego. $10 says, listen to that. The quiet, the silence, the peacefulness. Instead of madness. EOs and political takes instead of the same 60 seconds of a 70s cartoon over and over. Now I'm in a tight spot here. On one hand, I'll tell you what I want to do, especially after getting my ass kicked last night. I want to talk shit. That's what I want to do. I want to be like, they don't got the stones to donate $200 to bring it back. But I hesitate because last night I said that and I paid the price. I did. My hubris got the best of me. I was sort of forced to eat my words last night, making fun of the audience. So I'm a little more reserved here this fine evening. Gonna, so far, let it play out. We're gonna wait and see how the night goes. Then maybe later I'll make fun of people for not having the nerve to donate the $200. But even if we did, I just want to make it clear, because I know it's going to happen. Someone will donate $200 and go, here, now play the whip song 50 times. And I'm going to say, no, not until like 12:30, 12:45 when the show ends. You can hear it 2 times in each hour. That's it. Okay. The great Zachary Gelpy, $5 says, if he wants it so bad, he should be the one that don't need $200. Can't argue with that. Free market, baby. This ain't socialism. You want whip song? Pay, baby. Don't rely on other people. Banned it real quick. $2 says we had nice things until it was abused. I don't disagree. All right. Let's go with the debate. Dun, 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 dun. Now, this debate, my goodness, I happen to have caught a little of it. Now, I'm biased. Let me give you my unadulterated bias. Let's start with this in the most benign way possible to talk up Wick. Wick seems like a reasonable human being. I don't think he's someone that I would dislike if he was my neighbor or something. I would be like, oh, he's someone with dog shit political opinions, but whatever. Okay, that's it. That's all the good I have to say about Wick. I think he's an absolute disaster as a moderator most times. I'm not wishing him ill, by the way. Hey, man, if his channel takes off and he does great, hey, good for him. I don't care. I'm not asking people to brigade him or talk shit or black. None of that shit. I just think he's a bad moderator because he can't help but interject himself and act like a participant, and it just leads to bad moderation. But as bad as his moderation is, I think he is a much worse debater. I think he's real bad. I debated him the night before. Andrew Wilson debated him here on a panel, and he was terrible. It's the same pattern over and over. He's a bad debater. Once he's embarrassed, he decides to interrupt you, spurg out, do his best Destiny impression, except at least Destiny sometimes when he's spurging out, still making arguments and somewhat entertaining, and Wick is doing none of that. He ain't entertaining. He ain't making good arguments. He fucking blows. He sucks. There, that's my bias going into this. Andrew is not only my employer, but someone that I really like, who I think objectively is a very good debater. So, do the math. I think Wick's in a lot of trouble going into this debate. That's my bias. So one of the things that I think is important is to the best of your ability to illustrate what your biases are and then try to limit them as much as possible. Now, I have another bias in this debate, which is it was occurring while I was streaming and we checked in several times. And so I heard the general thesis of the argument that was going on. And I have to say that my suspicions were confirmed that Wick did an absolute terrible job based on the small snippets that I heard. Now, we'll watch some of the greater context from the beginning of the debate, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Maybe I missed some contextual things that will show that Wick did better than I assumed was occurring in real time. So, where's the old greasy pirate hat? I made a bold claim last night that if we got to $2,500 that I would get rid of the pirate's hat. So I bought a new hat today for you all, the audience, lest it be said I'm not a man of my word. Right? So, the topic was, is Christian nationalism generally for society, or better generally for society than the progressive status quo? I do believe, even before this debate went live on Sarah's channel, that there was a debate before the debate. And I don't think that it's going to be here. If we get to $2,500 tonight, I didn't throw the pirate hat. I was ready for you fuckers. I didn't throw it away. I'll start wearing the pirate hat again if we get to $2,500 donation. There you go. Alexander R., $5. Punching your wall or breaking your remote or controller without throwing it at your spouse is domestic violence. Should it be protected speech? Yes! I don't want the government. If I get pissed off right now and slam my cell phone on the ground, I don't think I should be arrested. You disagree? You think that that's domestic violence? No. My goodness. That's a terrible argument. Everyone I know that's a blue-collar worker's got pissed off working at a car or something, fucking slammed a wrench through something. They should be prosecuted? Gosh, no. That's not domestic violence, nor should it be prosecuted as any sort of crime. Crazy. Anyways, the debate before the debate that I think we're not going to see had to do with, again, the topic is Christian nationalism better generally for society than the progressive status quo? Wick seemed to be suggesting that as the negative, all he had to do, because Andrew was affirmative, which is true, that Wick didn't have to make a positive claim. He just had to say, nope, Andrew's wrong. And Andrew says, no, that's not true. You're still making, he uses the term affirmative. I can understand the little bit of confusion. What he's really saying, he's not wrong to use the term affirmative. What he's really saying is we are both making positive claims. It's not that I'm making a positive claim and you're making a negative claim or a neutral claim. One side, the nature of an or question is one side's defending one positive claim and the other side's defending the other positive claim. For example, me and Alexander R. have a debate. What is the best dessert? Cake or pie? I defend cake, which I wouldn't. I prefer pie. But let's say hypothetically, I'm defending, I say cake is better. Alexander R. can't just be like, nah, cake's no good. And I'd be like, yeah, but I think cake is good. And also pie's bad. And he'd say, well, I'm not defending pie. I just have to say cake's no good. No, you have to defend pie. That's the resolution. That's the topic. I'm defending cake. You're defending pie. If I say, who should we vote for, Trump or Kamala, and I'm on Team Trump and my opponent's on Team Kamala, it's not enough for them to say, no, I'm not supporting Kamala. I'm just saying don't vote for Trump. Okay, but to fall within the topic, you have to say, therefore we should vote for Kamala. You can't be like, yeah, or Jill Stein or Gary Johnson. No. You're both making positive claims. And so there's a huge, I agree, pie's better. There's a huge fucking discussion before the debate where Wick's like, now, I'm not making a positive claim. But again, the topic, I'll show you, you can see the title of the video. Is Christian nationalism generally better for society? In other words, Andrew's defending Christian nationalism is better for society. What's the alternative? Than the progressive status quo. So Wick's defending the progressive status quo. Wick's not defending a hypothetical future that embraces an ethic that he prefers more. He's defending the, quote, progressive status quo. So, for example, let's say Wick wanted to say, no, Christian nationalism's not as good as Sharia law. Okay, but we don't have Sharia law necessarily in the United States. You're not defending Sharia law, you're defending the progressive status quo. No, I refuse to defend the progressive status quo. I'm going to defend this other system. And it just goes to show, right out of the gate, you can see that Wick's got a strategy that's going to be less about having a good faith discussion on the topic at hand and more about employing some sort of rhetorical device or something. And that, spoiler alert, that's exactly what would end up happening. Andrew Wilson's going to attempt to argue issues as to negative things with the, quote, progressive status quo that he thinks is very bad and how Christian nationalism would solve those things and lead to other better outcomes. And Wick's argument's going to be Jesus wouldn't allow Christian nationalism. That's almost totally irrelevant to the conversation. Okay? And let's say that despite the obvious problems with the statement, it's like, how can you prove that? You're going to take one or two passages from the Bible and say, that to me means Jesus would be against Christian nationalism, and we'll get into it. Even if that's true, so? If it's still better than the progressive status quo, it would be sort of irrelevant as to whether or not Jesus would like it, right? Sentence 4, it says, Andrew should have just granted the point. For example, if you say, I think the progressive status quo is bad because it leads to abortion, which is baby murder, which has led to millions upon millions of babies being murdered. And if Wick's like, yeah, but Jesus wouldn't like that. Okay, let's say that's true. Nonetheless, baby murder is bad. And you can't be like, I don't have an opinion on baby murder. So, that's setting the framework for the debate, and I'm poisoning the well. But the reason I'm poisoning the well is most of the time I do a debate review, I'm going in sort of blind. But I did see a small snippet of this debate, so I'm just being honest of what I saw going into it. It is entirely possible, although improbable, that when watching the fuller context that I'll say, wait a minute, Wick's sort of got a point here. That could be. The other thing to say is, despite the fact that Andrew Wilson does pay me to be a member of the Crucible, I am under no obligation whatsoever on my channel to limit my content in any way, shape, or form. My content and my channel is completely unique and separate from that of the Crucible. Does it so happen that me and Andrew substantially agree on many issues? Of course. But we also disagree on some issues. In fact, I've not heard Andrew's take, but I heard that Andrew was on Tim Pool's show giving a different take on Trump's flag-burning EO than me. So, one of the nice things is, as an employee of the Crucible, I can say whatever the fuck I want. I could sit here for the next 2 hours and say that Andrew Wilson's dog shit and it's the worst debate performance I've ever seen. And Andrew's going to be like, I don't care as long as you're doing the work I'm asking you to do the next day. So, now, having said that, I fully still admit that I have a bias. I like Andrew. And I think it would be unethical for me to not disclose that I am a paid employee of the Crucible. But that's it. All I could do is be as honest as possible going forward. And I think if Andrew makes bad points, I'll try my best to be like, yeah, I don't agree with this point. But I would be heavily shocked given what I've already seen and what I know about Andrew and Wick and what my preconceived biases are, which I'm admitting to, that Wick's going to come out looking any good in this debate. Let's roll.
Theme statement, please.
Is anyone opposed to me upping the speed to 1.25 speed? Is anyone opposed to that? We're going to do it, and if enough people are upset, then we'll move it back.
Yeah. So first and foremost, let me point out that Wick won't really have much to say during this debate except der, her, jar opening and boxing match nonsense.
End of debate. Wow. Yep. All right. Keep going.
Trolling because he's a fucking idiot. So let's get this out of the way right now. Yes, one time I couldn't open an olive jar. And also, yes, Wick will let you beat the shit out of him for money. Both of those things are true. Now to the meat of the debate. There are two positive claims here. Wick claims that the progressive status quo is superior to Christian nationalism, which is hilarious. So we'll start with what Christian nationalism...
Now, this is what I said. The better term to use, other than both sides are affirmative, there are two positive claims. One side defending Christian nationalism, the other defending progressive status quo. Is better.
Is Christian nationalism or Christian populism is the belief that Christians should be the dominant force in society, in both government and the social order. It proposes that a population needs to be moral, and the government, which is in charge of them, needs to be a moral government, which means they adhere to Christian ethics and the teachings of Jesus Christ. At its root, Christian nationalism is claiming the country was really only ever meant for a Christian ethics-based population, and all other forms of ethics are essentially incompatible with our social and societal standards. Further, that when we deviate from those standards, society gets objectively worse for everybody.
Okay. This I understand. And there was a debate the other day on Sarah Tomato's channel, which Wick was part of, about Christian nationalism. I understand that. I understand the framework for what Christian nationalism represents. The question that I would have is, but what are the particulars? Great. We want Christians to be the dominant force culturally and politically. Okay. But what does that mean? Can a non-Christian vote? Can a non-Christian run for office? Do all of our laws have to be passed strictly through Scripture? They have to adhere to Scripture? Those are the particulars that I would be looking for here.
Main causes are the protection of life, the movement towards moderate isolationism, and the removal of foreign wars and interests, creating a system which moves towards propagandizing the public, towards cross-generational and nuclear family. Those dynamics have a strong emphasis with pronatalism, abolition of homosexual marriage and transgender propaganda, abolition of abortion, abolition of the promotion of degeneracy and pornography.
Now, this is good. He's giving us particulars. We'd ban abortion. We'd ban homosexual marriage. We'd ban pornography. This is good. Even if you disagree, you're like, okay, because the last debate where people were defending Christian nationalism was very vague. There weren't a lot of particulars given. So this is good.
Abolition of feminist propaganda, which encourages divorce and breaking up families without needing to show any cause. Abolition of anti-national propaganda in schools. The elimination of usury, the elimination of NGOs and dual citizenship office holders. The list here actually goes on and on, but I think that that's plenty to start with. Now to the progressive status quo ideology, and in no way in this opening am I able to make this completely comprehensive. But progressives believe in an idea of egalitarianism and equity based around mostly perceived victim status using a lens of intersectionality in order to make determinations of who deserves what. The ideology.
So, Andrew, this is what you should do. When you're having this or this, you say, here are the things that my side are, and things that it would solve, things that are good. And here's the thing that your side is, and things that are bad. So, for example, an easy way would be Trump versus Kamala. Who should we vote for? Here are the reasons that voting for Trump would be good, and here are the reasons that voting for Kamala would be bad. Simple. That's what you should do in an opening statement in a debate where there are two positive side positions that people are forced to argue.
Ideology is a mix of postmodernism philosophy with a little bit of Enlightenment principles thrown in for grounding. That's the most charitable definition I can give, by the way. The status quo for them would mean, instead of attempting to fix family units and passing divorce reforms, that instead we simply continue a program of mass migration, keep numbers up, rather than incentivizing Americans living here to have children. Entry to pornography for girls to get fucked by as many men on camera stays set at 18. Porn use stays an enshrined right under their interpretation of the First Amendment. Trans propaganda continues to be proliferated in schools, and children are lied to and told men can be women and women can be men. Socially alternative family units are glorified over nuclear and cross-generational families due to their perceived victim status and lack of equity. Prostitution continues to be pushed for as a legitimate female profession and pushed by progressive think tanks and LGBTQ ideologues. Any standardization of language in the nation will be treated as racism because of the lack of equity in this ideology. Suffrage will likely need to be expanded to as young as 16, which we see in the European progressive model right now. It's already happening. Abortion becomes an enshrined right for all women as part of this ideology because women are also a victim class who don't have equity with men. Marriage takes the form of alternative values being just as legitimate, and a man and woman, all alternative forms of marriage are going to have to be under progressive ideology equally protected. I don't see why that wouldn't include polygamy, which there's already mass movements for, or why that wouldn't include multiple partners in marriage. If you're allowed 2 men to get married, I don't see why you couldn't allow 3 men to get married, or 4. The list here goes on, but for the sake of time, I will just list some of the problems the status quo has that Whick here is going to defend as being good for society. Let me address most of Whick's pathetic objections up front.
So, regardless, you may completely disagree with Andrew, and his position is perfectly fine. But notice that Andrew hasn't really introduced theology whatsoever. He's talking about real-world applications. Here's Christian nationalism. Here's the positions that we think Christian nationalism would mean politically. We'd get rid of abortion. We get rid of same-sex marriage. We get rid of pornography. We get rid of usury laws. Right? We stop funding foreign wars. Okay, that's stable. That clears up a lot of misconceptions. Here it is. I'm clearly defining what I mean by this. Now, let's give a little grace, and I'll give the same grace to Whick. It is hard in a 5-minute opening statement to completely flesh out an entire political ideology. I think everyone gives room for that. But what you're looking for is something stable. What exactly do you mean by Christian nationalism? There's a lot of stable ground here to attack from Whick. For example, Whick could say, I think it would be terrible to get rid of usury. I think the United States funding Ukraine and other foreign conflicts is a good thing. I think that it would be a massive violation of rights to ban pornography. Again, the particulars of whether or not at this point in an opening statement you agree or disagree with the statement's irrelevant. It's good form. Here is my stable. This isn't weaseling. This is, bam, here's what I think. Then the next step. Here's what the status quo allows. Here's a bunch of bad shit. So he puts his offense down. My offense of why my position's good. My offense of why his position's bad. And now he's going to play defense. Here's what Whick will say in my response to it. He's preempting Whick's arguments. Now, honestly, the defense position, less important, but still good if you could do it early in the stage in an opening statement. Presumably, you would like to see Whick do the same thing. Here's what the progressive status quo means to me. Here's what I think that means and the policies that it would advocate for. Here's what I think Christian nationalism would lead to, which is bad. That's what you would expect from Whick. But again, notice theology hasn't been brought in. It's literally just, here's real-world policies that I'm defending that would be good. Here's the status quo policies that Whick's going to be defending, which are bad. And now let me rebut some of Whick's fears of what Christian nationalism would be. It doesn't matter if you agree with Andrew. That's good form. It allows the purpose of the opening statement. For me, I view the debate backwards. I say, what are the things that I want to be talking about at the end of the debate? Okay, here's the core issues I want to be closing with my closing statement. Now I run the debate backwards. What will I have to be talking about throughout the debate to get to this final statement? And so what will my opening statement is sort of an overview. It's like sort of an abstract of a paper. Here's the high points of what I'm going to show and what I believe tonight in the debate, right? And that's what I would expect from Wick. For me as a judge or as a viewer of the debate, I'm not looking for someone to win the debate in their opening statement. I'm looking for them to give me a clear, we called this in debate, like a clear roadmap that I could follow, say, okay, this is what I intend for you to go. It's the bare bones of where you're going to discuss and where the core areas of contention will be, making your side and your position clear so that we all understand and that we can identify areas of disagreement and clash so that we can flush those out. So I think this is the exact type of opening statement that I would give. And so I'm biased to liking Andrew's opening statement here, regardless of if I agree with the specific position. As a judge, as someone who wants a clear, substantive debate, I'm like, this is good. Had Andrew not given specific policy prescriptions of what Christian nationalism would be, as a judge or a viewer, I'd be like, okay, but what are you saying? Sure, Christianity, good. Values, good. Cultural and dominant values. But what does that mean? How does that play out? Again, understanding some grace that you can't completely articulate that in a 5-minute opening statement. So far, this is good. Let's see where Andrew goes, what Wick's objections will be.
He will say, which form of Christianity? He just needs to remember he's at the mercy of the same question. Which form of progressive or liberal ideology? Acting as though because Christians debate social and political issues, we don't have many unifying ethics would be just as absurd as me claiming progressives don't. He'll say that Christians fought wars with each other. So what? They also fought wars with Soviet secular Russia under communism.
Yeah, Binks, I saw several people already said, we discussed this already. Yes. So it was absurd that Wick was trying to argue that he didn't have a positive position. Clearly he does. But you can go back. We already talked about that.
Communism. Also, this claim is silly as it pretends secular nations won't ever fight wars with each other. He'll claim life is better under progressive ideology, but he's actually just conflating that with technology. He'll also argue that Christians will shut the door behind them, creating authoritarian.
Now, see, he says one of the offensive positions that Wick will have is, look how much better life is now than like the 1500s, where we had more of a Christian governing system. But it's not that progressive ideology is what led to the benefits we see in life. It's that technology's advanced. So he's playing defense here on what he thinks will be an argument that Wick makes.
As if progressives can't be authoritarian or change the Constitution to their liking, which they do all the time. In fact, Wick is at the mercy of every single criticism he will make at Christian nationalism for his system. Let's start with a thing that he was criticizing recently, which is blasphemy laws. Progressives have their own dogma for blasphemy laws. What they do is they shadow ban people from participation in society when it suits them. If they can't change laws, for instance, oh, you said what we perceive as a racial slur. In many Western progressive nations, you can actually go to jail for that. In the USA, for wrongthing, progressives will deplatform you as a person. That is their form of blasphemy laws. Now, I'll wrap this up. I'll wrap it here because there's plenty of meat here on the bone, and I don't want to gish gallop forever. I want to make sure that Wick has plenty to go after, but he can see I have plenty to go after as well, for the sake of fairness. But as I wrap it up, remember that Wick can't just prove that Christian nationalism is bad. He has to prove progressive ideology here is better. That's his claim.
And that's CC Wick laughing. This was the discussion before the debate. The topic is Christian nationalism better generally for society than the progressive status quo? So that means Andrew Wilson is going to be defending that Christian nationalism is better, and Wick's going to be defending that the progressive status quo is better. If Wick doesn't like that, if Wick says, but I don't like the progressive status quo, then the time for disagreement would have been before the debate, when the prompt was agreed to. You shouldn't have agreed to this prompt if this wasn't something that you were willing to defend. For example, I might say, no, Andrew, I don't want to defend the progressive status quo if I'm debating Andrew. I might say that I want to defend a secular vision that I found the founding fathers would embrace more. And you might say, well, what's that mean? That's bullshit. Maybe, but at least then I could say, I don't have to defend the progressive status quo. Or maybe Wick says, I don't believe the status quo is progressive, so I don't like this terminology. But the time for all of that should have been when the agreement of the prompt came about. If Wick wanted to say, I just want to say Christian nationalism's bad for society, then he could have suggested that as a prompt and been the affirmative. So the fact that it's clear that part and parcel to Andrew's strategy, and I understand this because strategically, I've dealt with this many times in debate. Let me give you an example. In policy debate that I did in college, one of the types of arguments that someone could make against your plan was what we called a critique, or they called it the K. Spelled critique with a K because they're a bunch of pretentious assholes. Nonetheless, that was a critique, the K, right? And a critique is basically a philosophical objection to the plan. Now, almost every topic every year, it was the same topic all year, but it was big and wordy. It would say like, resolve, the United States federal government should substantially reduce subsidies in one of the following 6 areas, blah, 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 blah. Then your plan had to do one of those or more of those areas, right? Okay, great, we got it, right? Well, if you're a negative, how are you going to come up with a strategy to every possible affirmative that you may hear all year? You may go to 12 debate tournaments, 15 debate tournaments, 20 debate tournaments. Each debate tournament, half the rounds you have, you're going to be negative, which means you're going to be arguing against someone's affirmative plan. Tournaments are 6 to 8 rounds, plus then if you make it to the third day, there's elimination rounds. That means you could be looking at possibly debating 80 times on the negative position in 80 different plans. It's hard to prepare for 80 different specific plans. So what do? You say, well, what does every plan have to do to fall within the topic? Well, every plan has to use the United States federal government. And not only that, year to year in policy debate, almost every year, the topic includes action from the United States federal government. So if you get any sort of negative plan that says the U.S. federal government action in its own right, just the U.S. federal government acting is bad, you can make that same argument year after year, debate after debate after debate, and you get really good at it. That way you don't have to split your research into 80 different potential directions. You just debate one. So that's what people would want to do. And one of the ways they would do it would be to offer a philosophical critique. And one of the most common philosophical critiques is the United States federal government is capitalist, and capitalism is bad. So your plan should be rejected because it embraces and upholds capitalism. Now, for me, the first time I heard this, and probably for you, the most obvious question is, bad compared to what? What system are you defending? Are you socialist? Are you communist? And what makes it a critique, a philosophical critique, is we don't take a stance. We're not defending any system. We're just saying you are the affirmative, and you have embraced a system, and we reject that system. And so if you say, but capitalism is better than socialism, we'll say, we don't defend socialism. But capitalism is better than communism. We don't defend communism. We're just saying there are bad things with capitalism, therefore we should reject it. And we should not have to defend a positive position. We're the negative. I was stymied by this when I first started in policy debate because I'm like, of course there are flaws with any system. But if it's the best system we have, although it's worth pointing out flaws, we shouldn't reject the system unless we have something better to replace it with. So for example, I could say, of course there's flaws with capitalism. My aunt lost her house. That sucks. Okay, therefore get rid of capitalism. But wait a minute, if we get rid of capitalism, all this bad shit will happen. Doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. We don't have to defend the bad shit that would happen. That's irrelevant. Hypothetically, we're defending a system that doesn't even exist yet that's perfect. We're just saying you have to defend that this bad shit didn't happen. That's why it's important to say, no. You have to defend a position too. You have to stake out a positive position that you're advocating for. You have to. So Andrew's correct strategically. He doesn't want to get in a situation where it's just like his opponent could just say, Christian nationalism is bad. And Andrew says, yeah, but the progressive status quo is bad. Here's why. It allows for abortion. Whick goes, I'm not defending abortion. I don't defend that. Okay, what are you defending? It doesn't matter. I don't have to defend anything. I just have to say Christian nationalism is bad. And Andrew's going to say, but my reasons for Christian nationalism being good is there's a bunch of bad shit in the status quo. And that we need to change that. And Whick will say, that's fine, we can change that. I just think that your system's bad. Right, but how would you change it? Doesn't matter. I don't have to defend how I would change it. I don't have to defend the status quo. I don't have to defend how I would change it. I just have to say that there's some bad thing about your system. See the problem? So Andrew's correct that the crafting of this prompt is designed to sort of give some amount of equality to both sides have a stable target to which to attack. And Whick's impulse going into the debate was to be like, no, I refuse to stake out a positive position, despite the fact that the prompt clearly suggests that he has to defend, quote, the progressive status quo. Now, he doesn't have to defend everything in the progressive status quo. He merely has to defend that it's better than Christian nationalism. So you can already see that he's being weaselly from the outset. All right. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. Here, let's play. Oh, I don't know. Reminder, get those super chats in. We can still do better this fine evening. Why are we debating the debate? Because I'm reviewing the debate, which is what I'm doing. Why am I debating a person that's questioning why I'm debating the debate? Now we're getting meta. If you want to go watch the debate, here's Sarah Tomato's channel. Go watch it for yourself. I don't want to play the Olive Jar song because I only have to go to the restroom for like 10 seconds. But reminder, get those super chats in. Go ahead, Bernie Sanders, something to say?
Hello, it is me, Bernie Sanders. I am once again asking you to donate money to Normal America with Robert Noerr. The oligarchy must be defeated. The only millionaires and billionaires that are acceptable are me and Normal America with Robert Noerr. Once more, we ask you to donate money so that Robert, much like me, never has to work a real job. Help me in defeating the oligarchy. Donate to Normal America with Rob Noerr. And I will go buy a new pair of mittens in my third lake house, which is modest, and fly on my private plane, which I have to do. Donate Normal America.
All right. So, I promise we're going to move on here real quick. So, suffice it to say, all of this is, from a strategic stance, Andrew's right to say that the prompt suggests that Whick has to stake out a positive position, defending the progressive status quo over Christian nationalism. And ethically, he's right, because that's the topic, and they should debate the topic. And Whick's ethically wrong. It's in the sense that he agreed to this topic, and so he should have to stake out the positions outlined in the topic. But strategically, I understand why Whick would try to get out of that. Because it's easier to debate from the position of, I don't have to defend anything. I just have to say there's bad things with what you're suggesting. I don't have to defend anything. All right, proceeding. By the way, we ain't going to get anywhere near through this 4-hour debate. We are 8 minutes and 44 seconds in, and I probably talked for 40 minutes on it. So,
progressive status quo is better than Christian nationalism. Now, you can say Christian nationalism is, quote, dog shit, which he said. Fair enough. You can make that claim all you want. But just proving that Christian nationalism bad doesn't actually prove that the progressive status quo is better. Whick wanted to make sure that what he wanted to have was what's called an interrogatory or interrogatory debate.
Philosophical
the idea here
critique.
is he wants to interrogate the position without ever defending one, which is fine. And there's a time and a place for that as well. This particular debate, we outlined it as him taking the affirmative that the progressive status quo is better than Christian nationalism. My affirmative is that Christian nationalism is better than the progressive status quo. I don't think you'll actually see Whick do anything to defend his system here, especially not in his opening statement like I just did, because he can't. He can't defend it. The progressive status quo is basically indefensible. And we'll see as we go through this that he'll back away from almost essentially each progressive stance, which is there. So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Good luck, Whick. You're going to need it.
Thank you, Andrew. And Whick, over to you, please.
Okay, so good form for Whick here would be to say, here's what I consider the progressive status quo. Here's the positions in it that I like. Here's the damaging positions of Christian nationalism. And then he may proceed to go further like Andrew did and say, here's the arguments Andrew's going to make and why they're wrong. That's what we would expect to hear from Whick. Let's see.
When Satan tempted Christ, he offered the Savior all the kingdoms.
Right out of the gate theology. I haven't seen this opening statement, but I'm not surprised given the chunks that I've seen later, right out of the gate. Now, traditionally, one of the criticisms of Christian national will be it revolves around theology. And there's ambiguous natures to what theology could be. So you would expect, if anything, the person arguing from the Christian nationalist side to be reading biblical passage and making interpretations and saying, but no, quite the opposite. Andrew lightens out stable positions that even a secularist that doesn't believe in the Bible can say, okay, I clearly understand what he's advocating for. And Whick immediately goes to theology. Very first thing out of his mouth.
To the world. Christ rejected this, eschewing secular power and focusing on God. When he fed the 5,000, and the crowd sought to take him and make him a king, he hid from them, again, eschewing secular power and focusing on God. When Christ stood before Pilate, he told him, my kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest. Time and time again, the great exemplar, Christ, denied secular power and rulership over politics or nations. But
right out of the gate, if I'm Andrew, I'm like, okay, so this dude's argument's going to be Christians should not attempt to have their values be instilled in politics because Jesus said, my kingdom is of heaven and not of this earth. That's a dog shit argument. That's it. It's dog shit. It is, even if you concede all this, it's like, and what does this, how does this in any way, shape, or form rebut? Let's say that Jesus, if he was sitting here and heard Andrew Wilson's opening statement, would have said, Andrew, don't you know the kingdom of heaven is where we should focus, not on this earth? Andrew would say, Father, thank you so much for listening, but I do think that these policies would be better. And my opponent hasn't given one reason as to why they're not. I mean, what is there to say? It's irrelevant to the position looking at it for a practical purpose with real-world policy, whether or not the real-world policies Andrew is suggesting, regardless of the fact if Jesus ever existed, is the policies that Andrew is outlining better for society or not? The idea of Jesus hypothetically saying, as a Christian, you shouldn't be concerned about policy on this planet is irrelevant.
Instead, focused on God and the kingdom of heaven. Nationalism rejects the example of Christ.
Also, by the way, this is something, it was like the person that I kind of flipped out a little aggro earlier this morning, which I apologize for being too aggro. It's like an argument he made. He says, we shouldn't focus on deportations because that'll galvanize Democrats. But then when you peel back the surface a little, it's because he, as a, quote, Republican, doesn't believe in deportations. And I even said, I was like, this is like the people that don't believe in Christ that say, but what would Jesus do? When they don't care what Jesus would do. The implication here is the secularists say, here's the policies that we want to push for. And if you disagree with that because you're religious, well, you shouldn't. Instead, you should capitulate to every single thing that we want because you have heaven. And Jesus wouldn't want you to focus on this world. So you guys just shut up and let us do whatever we want. And we're like, no, we don't like that deal. Oh my goodness. But your book says that's what you should do. Now, never mind the fact that, no, the book doesn't say that.
Seeking to fuse church and state in a way that is antithetical to the Christ teachings. You simply cannot have a Christian form of nationalism. Today, my opponent's task is to prove...
Does anyone believe that the passages that Whick just alluded to there says that you can't have a Christian form of government?
Couple things. First, that the Christian nationalism is better than the progressive status quo, and that nationalism can, in fact, be Christian. A tall order. Progressivism is simply this, a philosophy and reform movement that promotes social, economic, and political change in order to advance the human condition through social reform. It first cropped up in response to societal upheaval during industrialization and pushed for labor rights, public health, democratic reforms, etc. The abolitionist movement pre-Civil War was a progressive movement. Progressives have often protected Christians. In spite of attacks by certain hateful progressives, which I strongly denounce and oppose, churches are still able to preach and operate fully protected under the liberal order. Progressive courts and judges have often upheld the rights of Christians.
So let's be fair. Whick gave one offensive position. He said progressivism led to abolition, which is good. Now he's making defensive positions, but you're allowed to be Christian under progressivism. Okay. That could be an argument against an argument. Andrew would make an offensive position. We can't be Christian under the progressive status quo. Whick's defending against that, but that's not really an offensive position.
The ACLU has defended Christian churches time and time again, including in 2015's Reed versus Town of Gilbert. Progressive judges side with Christians to protect their speech, such as in Vlaming versus West Point School Board in 2023. It was progressives and liberals in 1964 that instituted Title VII of the CRA, the Civil Rights Act, which ensured Christians can observe religious practices such as the Sabbath and religious holidays without job loss. Globally, progressives in the European Union pushed for humanitarian aid and diplomatic protection for Christians in conflict zones, such as supporting the 2023 UN resolutions, aiding Christian minorities in Nigeria, where Boko Haram killed over 2,000 Christians.
Again, so I just want to be clear. If you're a Christian right now, and one guy's saying we should have a politics and culture based on your religious values, and the other side saying, yeah, but our system can help Christians, Wick's probably going to have a huge uphill battle arguing that a non-Christian system is better for Christians. So Wick could make, it's a defensive position to say, well, even for Christians, progressivism's okay, but he's probably not going to win. If that's just the debate, which system is better for Christians, a Christian system or a progressive system, Wick's probably going to lose that debate. So Wick needs outside offense. Abolition's an argument. Granted, he just touched on it for a second, but again, the opening statement isn't necessarily to completely make an argument. It's to outline where you're going to go. But other than abolition, I haven't heard him say anything that is an offensive position as to why the progressive status quo should be preferred.
Now, we must look at Christian nationalism to compare the
Okay, so Andrew said he's not going to really be able to defend progressivism, and thus far, Wick hasn't really given much in the way of offensive reasoning why progressive status quo is good. He just says it's not that bad for Christians. Okay, now he could go on offense against Christian nationalism. That's fine. Let's hear what he has.
In 1942, B.J. Vorster declared, and I quote, "We stand for Christian nationalism, which is an ally of National Socialism. You can call this anti-democratic principle dictatorship if you wish. In Italy, it is called fascism. In Germany, National Socialism. And in South Africa, Christian nationalism." B.J. Vorster would later go on to become the prime minister of apartheid South Africa. My opponent will perhaps protest, claiming, "Oh, but of course I don't mean that sort of..."
I mean, this is just a stylistic thing, but this performance, and of course I don't mean, what a fucking dog shit stylistic, effeminate fucking theatric bullshit. I mean, get the fuck out of here with this over-the-top theatrics. What the fuck is up with that? Is anyone else? I mean, it's just a stylistic choice, but it bugs the shit out of me. It comes across as pre-rehearsed and fake. It's fucking garbage. Anyways.
Of Christian nationalism. I will simply remind you, dear viewer, that Andrew Wilson for a time went by the nickname of Big Papa Fascist. In 20th century,
cool. I'm not going to speak for Andrew, but when he called himself Big Papa Fascist, his claim was that it's ironic, which seems to be suggested by the positions that he actually advocates for. Whatever, but I guess that's evidence.
Nationalism in all its varied stripes has led to horror and death. 92 million are estimated to have been killed, a deadly ideology second only to communism. In many cases, nationalism has sought to place nation of...
Okay, so there's an offensive reason. He claims Christian nationalism's led to 92 million dead. Fair enough. That's an offensive reason. Those are the types of arguments that we should be making against Christian nationalism. But ironically, he says next to only socialism or communism, I forget which word he said, which I think comfortably falls within the purview of progressivism, given how he outlined it. So he sort of gives the rationale why progressive ideology was worse already.
Above all other concerns, whether it be individual or the family. In addition, if my opponent believes we are in a progressive status quo, he must contend with what will be needed to get from here to there, what the transition will look like, how that will affect society and the lives of people in it. In Stephen Wolf's The Case for Christian Nationalism, there is a chapter on the right to revolution in which he writes thusly, and I quote, "Many want me to end with a word of caution, perhaps to reassure everyone that these are academic conclusions, that they are not serious. Instead, I'll say this. It is to our shame that we sheepishly tolerate assaults against our Christian heritage, merely sighing or tweeting performative outrage over public blasphemy, impiety, irreverence, and perversity. We are dead inside, lacking the spirit to drive away the open mockery of God and to claim what is ours in Christ. We are gripped by a slavish devotion to our secularist captors. But we do not have to be like this. We have the power and the right to act. Let us train the will and cultivate the resolve." While my opponent might claim the transition to what he wishes will be peaceful, it is apparent that there are many very influential voices who advocate for Christian nationalism that think as Wolf does. Wolf's words are reminiscent of a darker time.
Did Wolf say violence there? I mean, this is fair for Wick to say, in order to get to the position you're advocating for, even if that would be a good ideology, we should look at the practical ways that we would get there. And if those are very bad, we need to take that into account. That's fair. That's a fair line of argumentation. But the example he gives here, let's listen again. I'm waiting for him to say, Stephen Wolfe said that we need to pick up guns, and I didn't hear that.
The power and the right to act. Let us train the will to our sect, drive away the blasphemy, sheepishly tolerate assaults against our Christian heritage, merely sighing or tweeting performative outrage over public blasphemy.
We shouldn't just be like, oh, you, when secularists are enforcing their ideology. We need to do more than that. Okay.
Impiety, irreverence, and perversity. We are dead inside, lacking the spirit to drive away the open mockery of God. And
right now, we don't do anything to fight back against the open mockery of God. We need to change that. Okay.
Claim what is ours in Christ. We are gripped by a slavish devotion to our secularist captors, but we do not have to be like this. We have the power and the right to act. Let us train the will and cultivate the resolve. While my...
Did I miss something? Now Wick's gonna be like, oh shit. He said we should train our will and be resolute in defending our Christian principles. What? I'm sorry? Where's the... Like, you could say, I think this would mean that this would be necessary. You could make that argument. But Wick just reads the quote, and then he's like, aha! You could read that, like, that's literally a quote that Barack Obama could have said. We need to stop being silent in the face of adversity and refusing to stand up for our principles. And instead, we must embrace an ethics of standing up and being resolute and pushing for our worldview. Would Wick be like, oh, snap. Holy shit. I don't know. Maybe I missed something. I didn't see what... Again, you could later say, I think what Stephen Wolfe means by this is violence. Okay, fair enough. But Wick just acts like it's apparently self-evident that this was a terrible statement.
Opponent might claim the transition to what he wishes will be peaceful. It is apparent that there are many very influential voices who advocate for Christian nationalism that think as Wolfe does.
But what did Wolfe say? It was that bad. That's a big book. Maybe Wick will say, well, Wolfe says other shit. But I would think you would bring a quote that fucking illustrates the point of how dangerous it is. I mean, that was a pretty benign quote there from Stephen Wolfe.
Wolfe's words are reminiscent of a darker time in Europe, where Christians took up arms against each other and the state in order to, in their minds, drive away the open mockery of God and to claim what is ours in Christ. The Reformation wars in Europe.
There we go. Well, Hitler wore pants. Okay.
Different groups tried to enforce their version of Christianity, led to the deaths of millions and the suffering and oppression of millions more. A progressive status quo, for all its faults or flaws, is not worse than Christian nationalism. And I would note that every single thing that Wilson, my opponent, mentioned, the gays and the trans and things, are not worse than 92 million dead worldwide. Wilson is showing Christians all the nations of the world and offering them to you. If you would but give up your Christianity just a little. Audience, be like Jesus. Reject the offer.
Thank you, Wick.
Please don't advocate for it. Now, again, the policy, Andrew illustrated quite clearly what his implication was of Christian nationalism. Let's get rid of abortion. Let's get rid of usury. Let's get rid of pornography. Let's get rid of gay marriage. And Wick's like, that'll lead to 92 million people being murdered. But he already admitted that communism, socialism was worse. So wouldn't that mean that Andrew could say, okay, well, if the implication is my positions that I've outlined must be likened to other people that have called themselves Christian nationalists, which I don't even know if that's true, but even if we accept that's true, and it led to 92 million deaths, wouldn't the communists be categorized as progressive under your definition? So shouldn't you be responsible for those deaths and have to take those into account? Nonetheless, let's see where it goes.
I appreciate both of you with your opening statements. For the audience, as you always know, we're going to get through about chats, and I don't meet the goal this evening. It is a 2-minute. Expect the timer once it goes off.
So
Andrew,
they pre-agreed to a 2-minute timer. So one person will speak unfettered for 2 minutes, then the other person. Great.
I'm going to leave the floor open to you to start.
Yeah, let's start by addressing some of Wick's points here. The first, he points out, look at all of the death that happened under nationalism, right? And he tries to loosely tie that in with Christianity, even though most of that had nothing to do with religion, had to do with resource politics more than anything else. On top of that, let's just point out that progressive abortion policy had killed more than every single war in history combined, all wars in history combined, the progressive policy of abortion has killed and eradicated more human life than that. How could that objectively be better? Wick says himself that he's a Christian.
Okay, so one, the offense, he plays defense. The offense that you say that Christian nationalism led to 92 million deaths is bullshit. It had nothing to do with Christianity. It had to do with resource wars. And progressivism led to abortion, which Andrew is making the argument that that is murder, which led to far more deaths than all conflicts that we've seen on Earth combined. Now, presumably Wick will push back against that and say, no, these aren't lives, abortion's okay, blah, blah, blah. But effective strategy at this point, Andrew outlines, no, the deaths you say we're responsible for, it wasn't that we're responsible for, and you're responsible for far greater number of deaths.
I don't know if he's anti-abortion or not, or at least he has some sort of Christian values, I would assume, something like this, I think I heard, but I don't know if he's anti-abortion. But he has to reconcile with the fact that the latest stat that I saw was somewhere around 20 to 25% of Gen Z isn't even here anymore. Why? Because they were aborted in the womb. Well, Christian nationalism makes it a point to go after this and enshrine the right to life. Right? The whole time Wick is sitting here telling you about all of the wars of the 20th century, which had nothing to do with Christianity at all. Zero, in fact. The Japanese most certainly weren't Christians who were attacking us. They were attacking us over resources, right? These were Buddhists, Zen Buddhists. And by the way, Christians were on defense there, and they were protecting the world from imperialism. What the fuck is this guy talking about? On top of all of that, let's just point out a few other things. He says, well, the having this trans ideology that's still better than Christian. How is that better than Christian nationalism? Then whatever the modern proposition for Christian nationalism is, which I just gave you what mine is, right? How is trans ideology better than any of the things that I stated? In fact, any of the things I stated as an agenda, what's the refutation for any of them, Wick?
All right, it's effective. Andrew says, well, despite how you would define Christian nationalism, I've defined it in a very specific way. Do you have anything to say against any of the specific positions that I outlined would be my interpretation of Christian nationalism? Effective. All right, let's see how Wick responds.
Wick.
Okay, my turn? Okay, great. So my debate opponent, Wilson, ignorantly declares that the wars of the 20th century, Christianity wasn't involved in any of them. Again, I would remind you that the South African apartheid regime was Christian nationalists. They were Christian nationalists. They massacred over 20,000 people, right? Like, this isn't something.
Okay, first off, let's accept that it's true at face value. Okay, that's 20,000, not 92 million. And I understand when you're talking about thousands of deaths, oftentimes the magnitude seems irrelevant. Thousands of deaths, thousands of dead. But if we're comparing systems and you make the bold claim your systems led to 92 million people dying, and Andrew's saying, yeah, but like World War II wasn't Christian. It wasn't a Christian war. It wasn't fought over Christian nationalism. In fact, it was the Christians protecting from the aggressors, right? And you're like, yeah, but South Africa led to 20,000 dead of Christian nationalism. You can already see that like there's a mass conflation of how many people died, according to you, Wick, as a result of this ideology.
Thing that is just nothing. You can't hand wave this away. Nazis promoted positive Christianity. I would agree it's a distorted version, but I would argue that any kind of nationalism is a distorted version of Christianity. Notice how that my debate opponent.
Okay, but again, like then the problem wouldn't be with Christian nationalism, especially as Andrew's advocating it. I mean, I don't think anyone in good faith would say that the reason that the Nazis were aggressive was their Christian nationalist impulses. I don't think anyone would make that claim.
Hasn't addressed a single point I made when it comes to the words of Christ. When Christ himself went against nationalism and secular power. When the Bible itself called.
It is true that Andrew in his 2 minutes there didn't respond to this accusation that Christ would be against Andrew's idea of Christian nationalism. That's true. I think the implicit nature would be because Andrew doesn't see that as the most important thing to address first, because like if you just take at face value so far what's been said, granted, we're early in the debate, but Andrew's like, I think that progressivism leads to abortion, which leads to more people dying than all the conflicts on earth. We should get rid of that. And Wick's like, yeah, but Jesus didn't want us to be political. How are you evaluating those two competing positions? Andrew would be like, okay, I don't think that's the most important thing to address. So
out the need for secularism and condemns it, right? Notice that he will not do that. No, at no point throughout this debate will he contend with the actual words of Christ in this matter. And it does make one wonder, if you are purporting to be a Christian, how can you still be nationalist? I don't think you can. I think Christ's words are clear here. I think there are many biblical examples of this. I've cited them in my opening statements, and I'd be curious to see what my debate opponent has to say about that. I don't think he will. I don't think he understands Christianity, nor do I think that when he advocates for Christian nationalism, he understands he's not advocating for anything Christian whatsoever. To the abortion point, I am anti-abortion, actually, and this is proof that you can have progressive values and be anti-abortion. This abortion is not necessarily tied to progressivism, and I would be curious to see if he could prove that, given the many examples we have of progressive movements that didn't have anything to do with abortion.
So, just to be clear, I don't exactly remember the definition that Wick gave for progressivism, but it seemed to be like, the rights of people, advocating for progress, the rights of people, et cetera, et cetera. It is quite clear that that is exactly the language that abortion rights are couched in here in the United States. And if he's defending the progressive status quo, abortion's allowed in the status quo. Right? So even if he says, I don't like it, yeah, but your job's to defend the status quo, which includes abortion. So you're basically conceding that the status quo and the policies therein have resulted in far more deaths than any conflict. I mean, that seems to be a losing fucking argument, right?
Back to you, Andrew.
Yeah, so a bunch of points to cover. Let's start with the abortion point first and work our way back as last point first. So he says, what does abortion have to do with progressive movement? After all, there's been plenty of progressive movements that don't make abortion a forefront. We're talking about the progressive status quo. That's what you're here defending, Wick. Remember that? The status quo. Current status quo progressivism inarguably wants to enshrine abortion as a right for women. Now, you can cope and you can whine about that all you want, Wick, but there's no doubt that it's true. The progressive status quo wants to enshrine this as a right. You didn't address the fact that it killed more than anything you're talking about right now. You're anti-abortion, obviously, because you must think that it's killing a person, I would assume. I don't know why else you would be, right? But you'll have to concede that point too then. That progressive ideology already has a body count soaring above anything that you're saying any Christian or nationalist would have. On top of that, he makes this other straw man position. I didn't say no wars have anything to do with Christianity. He literally just said, Andrew says no wars had it. Never said that. I just pointed out that he unjustly or unrightly at least went ahead and said that all of these European wars had something to do with Christianity, and they didn't. They mostly, the focus was not. And then he brings up Nazi Germany as though that had something to do. That was not a war about Christianity. It never was a war about Christianity. It's absurd to even make the claim. No,
Right. And again, where, this might just be the debate-minded person in me. And go back and watch the beginning of my analysis of the debate. I'm fully admitting my bias towards Andrew's position here in this debate. So take it with a grain of salt. But as someone who did policy debate in college, it does influence how I view debate. Not always in a good way, by the way. It's how I was trained to debate. And so one of the things that is quite frequent in policy debate is, it's obviously more complicated than this, but I'm going to oversimplify. We have, in general, different stages of an argument, right? And oftentimes you need to win each stage of the argument in order for your argument to be evaluated as something that's necessary to be evaluated in the debate. So, for example, we would have, in some forms of argumentation, uniqueness, link, and impact. Uniqueness is the way things are. Link is how what we want to do would change that. And the impact is ultimately why that matters. So it could be this, Andrew's defending Christian nationalism. Wick says uniqueness. The economy is pretty good right now. Link. If we switch to Christian nationalism, it would destroy the economy. Impact. Destroying the economy leads to a world war. Right? You get it? Uniqueness. How things are. Link. How the plan changes that, or your position changes that. Impact. Why that's a bad thing. Or you could do it in the inverse. Uniqueness. Things are bad right now. Therefore, my plan, the link would be this. And it would change the bad thing. And that would be really good because it solves this bad impact. Pretty simple stuff, right? Okay? So, how do we evaluate? Most of the time in a competitive debate, it's very similar to like competitive athletics. That at the top level, rare is it that someone just completely dominates and that 100% of the arguments went to this side. Oftentimes what will happen is both sides are winning arguments. So as a judge, you're like, well, how do I decide? So let's say we have two competing impacts. Let's say that one side's winning, that their plan's better for climate change, and the other side's winning, their plan's better for the economy. How do we decide what's more important, climate change or the economy? Of course, you would look at how much is each side's position affecting that ultimate impact, but at the end of the day, how do we evaluate an impact of climate change versus an impact of destroyed economy? And so there are various tools that we would use to decide which impact is one that we should seek to think is more important. There's actually 4 in general that you use. I'll tell you the 4th one that we're not going to focus on, which is case turn. And that is, if my impact occurs, how does it affect the other impact? In other words, in a world of economic decline, how does that affect climate change? Or in a world of climate change, how does that affect economic decline? But let's forget about that for a second. The 3 basic ones that you would use are time frame, how fast will this impact occur, right? So, for example, if my plan seeks to alleviate an asteroid destroying Earth, but it leads to economic collapse, and the economic collapse happens within 3 months, and the asteroid's estimated to hit Earth 2 million years from now, clearly the time frame argument favors the economic argument. Then you have probability. How likely is it for this impact to occur? One side might say, my impact is job loss, and the other side might say, my impact is nuclear war. Well, the nuclear war is going to have a very low probability, but the probability of a plan creating job loss is probably much higher. And then let's use those same 2 examples and go with the 3rd and final one, which is magnitude. Magnitude is how big of an impact is it? Job loss, the magnitude of that, it's not that bad. I mean, it's bad. No one wants to lose a job, but compare that to nuclear war. Clearly, the magnitude of nuclear war is much, much higher. And so we try to evaluate through those different frameworks which impact we think would be the one worth focusing on primarily. Given that, if we're looking at sort of the 2 impacts here from the debates, both are claiming that mass amount of loss of life has occurred because of the other side's ideology. Andrew, so far, is uniquely focused on abortion. Millions upon millions upon millions dead. In fact, he claims a bigger magnitude than all of the conflicts combined. So far, Whick hasn't pushed back. He says, yeah, I don't like that. Okay? And then Whick says, but your ideologies led to 92 million dead. Andrew's like, no, I don't think so. I don't think Christian nationalism is the result, or is the reasoning for like all of the great wars of Europe in the 20th century. And Whick was like, well, you know, the Nazis had some sort of Christianity, and you know, South Africa was 20,000 dead. Do you understand what Andrew's getting at here? In other words, he's basically saying Whick has massively inflated the magnitude of how many people have died in wars allegedly because of my ideology. He's massively inflated the magnitude. He's incorrect. Those numbers are nowhere near what he's suggesting. Now, it's difficult. Maybe it's because of the way I evaluate debate that I'm like, okay, I'm looking at this through the lens of, okay, which side has a bigger magnitude? Maybe that's not how most people are doing it, and you just hear a lot of people dead is a lot of people dead. And so 20,000 is very similar to hundreds of millions in that sense. Tomato, tomato, it's a bunch of people dying. But to me, I don't look at it like that. I'm like, this matters. If I have to pick between an ideology that'll lead to 20,000 dying versus an ideology that'll lead to hundreds upon hundreds of millions dying, I'm going to take the ideology that only 20,000 die.
But he would tie those things together because those 2 things don't go together. Now, remember, the progressive status quo that he's talking about, Whick just contradicted himself. I'm not for abortion. Must mean because he thinks that abortion is killing a person. So can Whick please reconcile how it could be that he's attributing this massive body count to Christian nationalists when he knows that progressive standard ideology wants to continue to rack this body count up, and it's Christian nationalists who are standing opposed to it, not the progressive, not any progressive.
So, and this is a very good point. If Whick's going to say that, quote, in general, Christian nationalism or nationalism has led to all of these deaths, and Andrew's like, look, but I'm not advocating a specific position they did, but Whick is defending the progressive status quo, and no doubt the progressive status quo, even if he wants to say it's not because of progressivism, he's still defending the status quo, which is millions upon millions dead via abortion, which he's claiming to be against. Then why wouldn't you prefer my change? Unless Whick wants to make the argument Christian nationalism wouldn't lead to the end of abortion. That's a fair argument. Let's hear that. But so far, he hasn't said that. Andrew's like, more people dead because of abortion in the status quo than all of these wars combined. And Whick's like, yeah, I agree, that's bad. Okay, but you're defending the status quo. Andrew claims to have a position that would make abortion illegal, thus solving that. Arguments Whick could make is, I don't think that that's murder. I don't think that these are lives. I don't think it's the same as people dying of war. He could make that argument, regardless if you think it's a good argument or not. He could make an argument such as abortion's inevitable. Abortion will either maintain the amount or lead to an increase if we try to make it illegal. These are possible arguments that we could make, but thus far he hasn't. He's just conceded, in effect, yes, those abortion numbers are horrific and it's very bad and I don't agree with them. But he hasn't proffered any potential solution to it, nor has he argued that Andrew's solution wouldn't be able to solve at least that. He may say Andrew's solution is bad for other reasons, but right now, I think any objective person, if you're just looking at the arguments presented, would say both sides seem to have agreed that abortion's really bad, and Andrew's arguing that's the biggest impact. It's led to the most people dying. Whick hasn't countered that or disputed it. So given if that's the biggest thing that we should be focused on because that's the most people dead, Andrew's offering a solution, Whick's offering nothing. So granted, early in the debate, let's see what Whick says.
Notice the dishonesty of my opponent. I admitted that the Nazism was a distorted version of Christianity. What I tied the deaths to in the 20th century, and if he had paid attention, he would have known this, was nationalism. Because again, remember, there are two parts to Christian nationalism, and my opponent has to deal with both. The Christian aspect of it, which I think is incompatible with nationalism. Again, notice how he didn't address a single point on scripture in the words of Christ. It's not very Christian of you, sir.
Okay. Again, now, the problem with Whick, that's not a bad argument that he starts to make here. But Christian nationalism implies both Christian and nationalism. And you may be right that it didn't have to do with the Christian portion, but it did have to do with the nationalist portion. Now, I think Andrew should do a better job of hedging back on that, granted, early in the debate. And he could say, but that's non-unique. Like some form of nationalism, or at least the impulses of nationalism that would lead to conflicts like that, still occur even in the progressive status quo. For example, there's still wars that are occurring that the United States is involved in: the invasion of Iraq, the invasion of Libya, the invasion of Syria, the invasion of Afghanistan, the funding of the war in Ukraine. Are those things occurring because of quote-unquote nationalism? Nationalism, or pride and focusing on the well-being of one's own country first and foremost, doesn't necessarily imply that it'll cause this level of violence, nor does it imply that if somehow a country doesn't have those things, that it wouldn't somehow go to war. What's the alternative that Whick's... Is he saying that the status quo, the progressive status quo that he's advocating for, doesn't have civic pride in the country and the ability to want to benefit the individual country first and foremost? But nonetheless, Andrew hasn't made those arguments, but Whick shoots himself in the foot by immediately, and this is the sign of someone who's not a confident or well-thought-out debater, he immediately runs from a solid point that I think he has and conflates it with the second point. So watch what Whick does. So if you take me into saying like, okay, this isn't a bad point that Whick's making. Look, Andrew's focused on the Christian part of it, but not the nationalist part of it, leading to these conflicts. Okay, not a bad argument. Listen.
Nationalism, because again, remember, there are two parts to Christian nationalism, and my opponent has to deal with both. The Christian aspect of it, which I think is incompatible with nationalism. Again, notice how he didn't address a single point.
And now he moves on to a different argument. You can't be Christian and nationalist. Just like that. It's like, Whick, you actually had a solid argument here on sort of the way we would use this practically in real life. Now he moves right back to theology. Again, a mistake. This is a mistake. This is so far the best argument Whick has. I think he's right. Andrew sort of hasn't addressed that.
Point on scripture in the words of Christ is not very Christian of you, sir, first of all. And second of all, the second portion he has to deal with are nationalists or nationalism, which nationalism absolutely played a major role in the deaths of the 20th century. And to deny it is just to deny history. It's to be...
Okay, it's fair argument. That's one of the areas that Whick should be attacking. Totally fair.
To reveal yourself as ignorant of such. Again, if we want to go with specifically Christian nationalism, I will once again point out to you the apartheid of South Africa, which again declared themselves Christian nationalists, and the founder of that, the prime minister of that, which again ran the country, showed that it was friends to fascists, friends to nationalists, friends to all these things, right? When it comes to
now, one of the things I'd like to see Andrew do is to say, even if I think you could defend nationalism quite easily, I would, but even aside from that, you could say any criticism of nationalism should be subsumed in the fact that the hyper-specific type of nationalism that I'm talking about is beneficial and wouldn't lead to the things that you're talking about necessarily. Now, Wick does a reasonable job of saying, but that wasn't the case in South Africa. I link that directly to Christian nationalism, right? But for example, if I say meat is bad for your health, right? That's my claim. And my opponent says, but turkey is good for your health. Your generalized claims that overarchingly meat is bad for your health would be less important than my hyper specific, but this one type of meat bucks that trend, right? So any claim, that's Wick's smart to focus specifically on one type of Christian nationalism, but I would hope that this is an area that Andrew attacks. It's like, yes, even if you're right that traditionally nationalism could have bad impacts, that would not be the case for the specific form of nationalism in what I call Christian nationalism and how that would affect. And one easy way that Andrew could do that would be show me in the positions that I've outlined, which is definitional to what I say Christian nationalism is, as to why that would theoretically lead to the conflicts you're talking about. For example, if you agree that Jesus would be against war, and my position is we should embrace the tenets of Jesus, then it would subsume the fact that our form of nationalism wouldn't lead to war. In fact, Andrew specifically said one of his positions would be stop financing these foreign wars. So how could you lay at his feet that your ideology would lead to more foreign wars when how Andrew has defined what the actual policy prescription he would offer is stop doing these foreign wars? Which again implies that the status quo of a non-quote nationalist society, as Wick seems to be advocating for, has already led to these sort of wars.
Abortion, again, if we live in a progressive status quo, Roe v. Wade was overturned. Obviously, you can get rid of abortion in a progressive status quo. The progressive status quo does not necessitate abortion. And the proof for that, the very clear proof for that, is the removal of Roe v. Wade, right?
Good argument. That's actually a decent argument from Wick. There is room to solve this horrible problem of abortion through the progressive status quo because Roe v. Wade was a step in that direction. That's actually a good argument. I'll credit Wick. In other words, it's not all doom and gloom. Now, the problem is there are different ways that we could attack an argument, right? There are harms and there is like solvency. Again, this is going back to this is sort of debate crash course here. Harms are like, this is the bad shit that's happening. And solvency is like, how do we solve it? The problem is, and it's not really a problem in that if Wick's just being authentic, he's being authentic. Sometimes there's nothing you could do. If you're like, yeah, I agree, that's really bad, then you got to bite that bullet. But for your position, this is going to be problematic. Wick's conceding the harm. So far, Wick is conceding that the biggest harm is the mass amount of people that have been murdered through abortion. And he's just like, well, but the status quo could cut back against that somewhat. At least he's making an argument that there is potential hope within the status quo by the overturning of Roe v. Wade. But Andrew could quickly dispense with that and say, yeah, but that didn't make abortion illegal. It just kicked it back to the states, which also are embracing a Christian ethic and still allow abortion. Hence, we see the numbers have actually increased of abortion since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right? But at least that's an argument. The problem, though, becomes that Wick has so far conceded that the biggest harm being discussed in this debate is the mass amount of death from abortion.
The rescinding of that by the courts. That absolutely is something that can happen in the progressive status quo because it has. And again, we have historical examples of progressive movements that have existed within nations that have banned abortion. Again, trying to tie abortion to progressivism just doesn't fly. It doesn't work. We have too many examples where it's not the case.
Again, that's an interesting claim. Andrew should go back to what was your definition of progressivism then, Wick? Second, the status quo, which we're calling a progressive status quo, clearly allows abortion. So you're not advocating for any position of change, nor is there any thing on the horizon that would suggest the universal banning of abortion in the United States. It's just nowhere close to that. That's why we should embrace a Christian nationalist society. And Andrew's at least offering a solution to this problem, and Wick hasn't attacked that solution whatsoever. Wick says there's numerous examples of progressive societies that have banned abortion. Thus far, he hasn't listed any. He's just made the claim. I'm not saying he's wrong. It's just, as someone who's unaware of that, I'd like to hear some examples. Just saying, oh, there's so many examples. It's like, well, can you give me one?
Andrew, to you.
So let's start with this. As far as scripture goes, I'm not here to have a theological debate with Wick on what he believes scripture is. He's not a Christian, and so there's no point in doing that. What's the point in having a scripture debate with an unbeliever? There's no point to that. So I'm not even going to bother. That's not what this debate is about. We can use whatever his objective standard is for what is good and bad. I'm fine with that too. We don't even need to utilize the standard for Christian ethics. But him saying that I need to quote the Bible at a bunch of unbelievers is silly and has no bearing on the issues that we're talking about currently as proposed by Christian nationalism, which secularists can get behind, even if they're not Christians, just because they prefer the ethical standard. Not only
that's the fair point. It doesn't matter. It's not a matter of theology or Jesus even existed and Christians being right. I've outlined a bunch of positions that I call Christian nationalism. Are those positions good or bad? Can a secularist adapt those positions and say they're good? Yes. Abortion bad. Can you be secular and say, sure, abortion's bad? Of course. So the fact of whether or not Jesus was the Son of God and his words are being interpreted correctly by Wick to say that you can't be a nationalist are irrelevant to specifically what I've outlined as the policy prescriptions that I want through my system and whether or not they will be beneficial. Right. And even a secular person who would think that Jesus was not the Son of God could agree with such.
that, let's point out, he says, well, look what happened with Roe v. Wade. That's because of right-wingers. That's because of right-wingers and Christian fundamentalists who have been fighting against that for years. That had nothing to do with the progressive status quo. It was the opposite of that. The progressive status quo was Roe v. Wade itself. That was the fucking status quo. And they want to bring that status quo back. And it's absurd. This guy's lying through his teeth. He's pretending that it wasn't.
Again, absolutely true. So to make this clear, and I think maybe we'll see if Andrew does this better here later. By the way, we're only going to go until about 1 a.m. with this, and then we're going to grift, and we'll get back to that shit. And so this is a 4-hour debate, but I think it becomes very repetitive, very quick here. But right, the argument is, like, it's like sort of like the argument, should we be capitalist or should we be socialist? Socialist, in my definition of it, of course, no true Scotsman, and no one ever claims to know what real socialism is, but it's sort of government controls the means of production, right? So you could say, well then, that's not a socialist system. But I think it's fair to say there are policies that are, quote, more socialist and policies that are more capitalism. Capitalism, can you say, is total free, unfettered free markets. Most economies are a mixed economy. So we say, is this policy more or less socialist? Same could be said of Christian nationalism here. We currently have a system that's dominated more, in the worldview of Andrew, by a progressive secularist mindset. That's the status quo. But there is levels to it. It's not completely anti-Christian. It's not saying you can't be Christian, you're sent to jail or you're executed for being Christian. So it could become less Christian. Similarly, Wick would say, yeah, there's some Christianity. It could become more progressive. It could become more Christian. Andrew's saying we should go way over here, more Christian nationalism. But there are some inroads that Christian nationalists or Christians have made, and the overturning of Roe v. Wade would be one of those. And I think that he's right about this. And listen, again, my bias aside, is there anyone, even a left-winger, that's going to try to make the claim that the big push against abortion in Roe v. Wade was done by Christians, and that it was non-Christians or leftists or progressives that were primarily not only defending the status quo of Roe v. Wade, but want a return to it? Having said that, I still think Wick could make the counter-argument. Even if that's true, it shows you within a progressive society, we are still capable of making changes that would be able to potentially solve this.
Christians who didn't spearhead all of that, because it was Christians who spearheaded the war against Roe v. Wade, which he just admitted that this basically is child murder. The body count is way higher than anything that he can point to under nationalism, most certainly Christian nationalism, and then finally under nationalism. So what? You have the same thing with kingdoms, countries. Anytime you have groups of people who congregate together in large tribes, they kill each other over resources. That has nothing to do with nationalism itself. He would have to state that kingdoms and empires and things like this weren't killing each other long before the rise of the nation state, which is absurd. Of course they were. And no, those weren't always religious wars. In fact, many of them were resource wars. Progressivism hasn't stopped any of that, by the way.
Right. Now, he obviously, again, I give credit to both people participating here. You only have 2-minute sections, so there's only so much you can say. Absolutely. But that's exactly what I was saying Andrew should say. These sort of conflicts are inevitable. It's not because of nationalism, and The status quo hasn't changed any of that. That's non-unique. Status quo still has these sorts of conflicts, which Wick's claiming is in a framework of not having nationalism.
Wick, to you.
Again, once again, he refuses to actually address the words of Christ. I'm not asking him to quote scripture. I'm asking him to contend with the scriptures that I have quoted, where Christ has specifically eschewed political power. Notice that he cannot do that. He cannot prove, and he has provided no evidence that nationalism is within the teachings of Christ. I have provided evidence, and I have, I think, proven to a pretty good degree. And we could go over it if he likes, but he won't, because he does not.
Wick's correct that Andrew hasn't presented much on this, but Andrew subsumed it and said it doesn't really matter. Even from a secularist framework, I'm winning the debate. It doesn't matter if Christ was real or Christ advocated this. It doesn't matter. The big issue we're focusing on is the biggest harm is abortion. My side could solve it. Your side can't. If that's the biggest harm, it doesn't matter if Jesus actually existed, if Jesus was the Son of God, if Jesus would be happy with sort of many of the policies I'm pushing. It would be better because we're conceding, unless Wick wants to argue that Jesus wouldn't be concerned about the murder of children and that somehow that should be preferred. So Wick's correct that Andrew hasn't addressed this on the specifics because he said, basically, I can concede all of this. It's irrelevant. I'm winning the actual practical issues that aren't involved with theology. And even a secularist, when watching this, would say, yes, we would prefer the side that's preventing the most innocent loss of life. And Wick's conceding that that's via abortion.
Know the scriptures. He does not know Christianity. He is advocating for Christian nationalism without understanding what that actually means. He cannot, again, go through the points of Christianity and show you how nationalism is compatible with them. I don't know how clear this can be that he is just out of his depth here. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And again, I provided evidence and examples of progressive institutions, right? Progressive countries, progressive states, progressive movements that has had nothing at all to do with abortion. And we have examples of nationalist.
Where are did I miss that? Like, honestly, did he provide? I haven't heard. The only example I heard was the United States overturned Roe v. Wade. I haven't heard him say this country is a progressive country and there is no abortion. I haven't, he keeps saying I've shown that, but I maybe I missed it, to be fair. I haven't heard that.
Countries, nationalist countries that have had abortion and things like that. So the trick he's doing is trying to, if you're for abortion, you must be progressive. That's not true. Also, I would argue that yes, Christians did spearhead the getting rid of the Roe v. Wade, but it was also progressive Christians who did this, not just conservative Christians. It was Christians across the board. There have been Democratic Christians who have voted against Roe v. Wade, who have voted to repeal Roe v. Wade. And this is absolutely true. Once again, I need you to point out and I need you to understand that Andrew Wilson will not engage on the theological point. He says this is not a theological debate, but it absolutely is, because in order to have a Christian nationalist nation, you need to prove that nationalism can be Christian, even though it contradicts this.
But again, the reason, so first off, to his point that progressive Christians, etc., sure, there's always exceptions to any rule, but it's evident that people that identify more as progressive are overwhelmingly more in support of pro-choice and abortion rights, and people that identified more as Christians were overwhelmingly more against it. It is true that there could be people on the fringes or exceptions to those rules, but that's certainly the case, right? When it comes to Andrew has to prove that Christ would have, it's possible to be Christian nationalist. The argument would be that Andrew is falsely labeling his beliefs as Christian nationalist because in order to be Christian nationalism, it would have to be within the teachings of Christ. And Wick is claiming it wasn't within the teachings of Christ. But nonetheless, then the argument would be that Andrew has misnamed his position. But to the degree that Andrew is specifically saying, here is literally the specific policies that I'm advocating for, whether or not they're called Christian nationalism is irrelevant as to whether or not those policies are preferable. So at best, Wick's saying you have mislabeled what your positions are. Andrew's response would be, nonetheless, are these good positions or bad positions? I think that my positions are to be preferred. So Wick's just making an argument that's not all that important, which is, I think you've mislabeled your position. It'd be the equivalent of if Wick says to me, socialism means universal health care, so I'm a socialist, and Andrew just says, well, universal health care would be the shit. Yeah, that'd be the best policy ever. And yet, that's not the government owning the means of production. So, you're not really a socialist. We could say, okay, whatever. As long as we agree this is the preferred policy and the status quo doesn't have it and I'm advocating for it, okay?
Scriptures that say otherwise. Christ has said otherwise. So I don't know how he can overcome that hurdle. He has yet to do so or provide any evidence whatsoever.
Andrew.
Yeah, the theology has nothing to do with the debate. If I were a secularist right this second, I could advocate for the same Christian nationalist points that I just advocated for. What would prevent me from doing that? Answer, nothing. Has nothing to do with anything. He made a major concession on this point. He knows it. He knows he's screwed. So he's trying to pivot over to have some kind of theology debate with me, which has no bearing or merit on this debate whatsoever. Who cares what heretics think the Bible says or doesn't say? Who gives a shit? It's not important to me, right? The progressive mantra is power. That's all they care about. And the thing is that's exactly what we're talking about. I don't give a shit about his shaming tactic through any type of him citing any scripture. It means nothing to me. There's no fruits of the Spirit there. Worthless to me. Anything Wick says about the Bible, completely worthless. It's already poisoned the second it comes out of his mouth. No reason to contend with it at all. He just doesn't want to contend with the points. By the way, he just admitted that Christians have a shared ethic when it comes to abortion. He just said that there's progressive Christians as well who tried to eliminate this as well as right-wingers, though I will have to correct him and say it's mostly Christians who were on the right who spearheaded these, not ones on the left. But he has already admitted that they have a shared ethic across the board, even though he was just arguing a night or two ago that they don't have shared ethics. And here we see them unifying for the purpose under a shared ethic of getting rid of this horrific societal plague. Imagine how stupid you have to be to admit that out loud, that one of your core principles of the argument is that Christian nationalists can't come together. Christianity can't come together. Which denomination? And then he points out and gives you the proof of Christians coming together to eliminate this social plague under a shared value. That's literally what his argument just was. Good job, Wick. Good job. Thanks for making my point for me.
So not a point outlined in this debate, but a previous point that Wick has made is that Christian nationalism would fail because Christians can't agree on things or come together, and so there would still be strife and conflict. And Andrew points out, well, if your argument is that left-wing Christians, progressive Christians, Republican Christians, etc., all came together to end abortion, that's not an argument as to why Christian nationalism would be bad. And in fact, it buttresses against your previous argument from a prior debate that says the Christians would be incapable of coming together on these issues that really matter. So interesting for Andrew to point it out, even if it wasn't addressed specifically in this debate yet.
Very kind of you to do.
I'm the only one making points here. That is correct. Andrew Wilson has taken his first W of the night and acknowledging that I'm the only one actually making points here. Congratulations to you. Again, I want to quote Andrew Wilson here. I don't care what the scriptures say. I do. And I think that you should. If someone is going to advocate for Christian nationalism, they don't have to be a Christian, but they should absolutely understand what it is that they are trying to advocate for and whether or not Christianity is compatible with nationalism. Because if it is not, then whatever comes.
Now you can see, I think, now again, if you followed the other night while I was streaming and we were bumping back and forth, I feel like this is where it starts to loop. Right? He's just going to start looping. Yeah, but Jesus says you can't be nationalist. And Andrew said 6 ways from Sunday, like, that's irrelevant. One, your interpretation of the scripture is irrelevant to me. And second, even if it was true, how does that prove that the specific positions that I've outlined aren't preferable? Like, and I don't know if Wick's just like trying to poison the well and he understands Andrew's point and he's just like, whatever. I don't really have much to say on the actual non-theological portion of this debate. So I'm just going to continue to hammer home on this theology, hoping that it could sort of a smoke and mirror show that think people will be like, oh, wow, yeah, impressive. Or if he's just a fucking idiot and he doesn't get it, I would not be surprised if it's the latter. But he just is rehashing the same point. Andrew's addressed this. He hasn't talked specific. In effect, what Andrew said is this: I don't give a shit what your interpretation is, but even if it's true, it's irrelevant to the actual non-theological position. Are these specific policies preferable? You have conceded that abortion is the biggest harm discussed in this debate, and you have not addressed the fact that my side would be able to solve it. The only argument that you're making on this front is, yeah, but the status quo might be able to somewhat solve it. That's it. And given that world, I will always take the side that's winning in the debate. Yes, my side can solve the most important issue. Wick hasn't argued that they can't solve it. Wick hasn't argued that it's not the most important issue. He's just saying, well, my interpretation of the Bible is that you can't do that. Sure I can. I just advocated for it. Even if you're right, and this wouldn't be possible through a Christian ethics, it's how I'm advocating it. So what? I'm wrong that it's Christianity. And yet my policies are still preferable even to a secularist. And Wick's incapable of keeping up on the non-theological grounds. Now, the truth is, Wick's theological argument is dog shit as well. He's basically cited a couple examples and said, this proves because Jesus said, my kingdom is not of this earth, therefore you can't be nationalist? One way to go about this, once they get into the minutiae, is you could have Andrew say, define nationalism. What does that mean? Presumably, if I'm still manning Wick's position, it would be caring about the nation first and foremost. And so therefore, Jesus would say you should care about the kingdom of heaven more than you've been concerned about the kingdom on earth. Well, that may be true, but Andrew could say, well, I think under a Christian nationalist ethic, we subsume that caring about the kingdom of heaven is first and foremost. And yet, secondary to that, much like a Christian ethic would say that I should care and support my family, my wife, and my child, the same could be applicable to government. That we should take care of our own first. That's what we mean by nationalism. Where does Jesus say that's not the case? In fact, Jesus says, render unto Caesar which is Caesar. Now, I'm no theologian. But I don't see anywhere affirmatively that Jesus clearly states you can't have a political system that exists for the benefit of the people within the system first and foremost and embraces a Christian ethic. I don't see that anywhere. But Andrew's whole point is, why even fucking bother with this argument? I'm winning the debate, even if I concede the entirety of Wick's framework, which is right. Wick hasn't made any arguments other than some slight defensive arguments that maybe what he has conceded is the biggest harm could theoretically at some point in the future be solved through progressivism, hinging on the insane argument that progressives will somehow roll back abortion rights.
From that is going to be a perversion of Christianity. And if we would agree, that I think we would, that Christian ethics are good and generally lead to human flourishing, which I will grant you in this case. One of those Christian ethics, I would argue, however, is that nationalism is a sin. Nationalism is anti-Christian. And again, you may not care about that, but Christians care about that. Christians care about the scriptures. Christians care about whether or not what they're going to advocate for is within the will of Christ. By their fruits ye shall know them is another thing that we have, that Christ has said. And I think this is very applicable in this debate tonight, right? If what you are advocating for is a form of nationalism that you claim is Christian, but it does not follow the Christian ethos, I think that is very important to point out. And I think that is something you will have to defend, which I don't think you can. And I think you know you can't. And that's why you will refuse at every turn to even contend with any of the scriptures that I've laid.
Another argument that Andrew could make is like, okay, is the status quo system of governance leading to sin? Yes, of course. You think abortion's a sin. It's leading to millions upon millions of abortions. So at best, we could say both of the systems of government we're suggesting for lead to sin. Great. Okay. So why should that be a reason if we take one issue, which is abortion, which is the most important issue, as you've conceded, all right? Why shouldn't we stop it? If your argument is, yeah, but your system leads to other sinful things, so does yours. Your system leads to a lot of other sinful things. And yet, on this most important issue, why shouldn't we prefer, even through a Christian lens, my system to yours?
Out any of the words I have laid out, you have ceded this debate to me, 6 minutes, 8 minutes in, something like that, because you do not understand that which you are advocating for, right? You do not understand the tenets of which you advocate for. You are trying to play this game where you're as vague as possible, right, without actually defending your points. Why is Christian nationalism compatible with Christianity?
And the opposite is true. It's like Wick isn't arguing with the same person in this debate. He's arguing with the people that he previously argued with Christian nationalism, where they were very vague. Andrew is the opposite of vague. He's like, here are the literal policies that I'm advocating for. No usury, no gay marriage, no abortion, no funding foreign wars. He was very specific. Now, you could say, but that's not total comprehensive, which Andrew would agree. But it's hard to do that in a 3-minute opening statement. But Andrew even makes it a point. It's like, I want to be as clear as possible to give stable ground for Wick to interrogate. That's fair. And Wick's like, you're vague. How's that vague?
Okay, so to go through this very quickly, right? I don't have to contend with whatever his view of scripture is. It has no bearing whatsoever on the debate by his own admission. I don't know why Wick is trying to turn this into a theological debate. I have no clue. But that seems to be what his goal is to turn this into a theological debate where we go down some scriptural rabbit hole. It doesn't matter what Wick thinks about scripture. It's completely irrelevant. He's not a Christian. Debates are about worldviews and paradigms. We're operating within his paradigm. He's not a Christian. What does me proving anything about scriptures have to do with anything to his satisfaction? Fuck him. It doesn't matter what he thinks about scripture. It's irrelevant. I gave him hyper specifics about what Christian nationalism is and the policies that it purports, and he agrees with them. That's what's crazy. Now let's point this out. Strawman, he says, Andrew said he doesn't care what scriptures say. Never said that. Wick, of course, made it up completely. I said, I don't care what Wick thinks the scriptures say. Very different thing. Is Christianity compatible with nationalism is his question. Well, our founders must have thought so because they gave us a nation, Wick. They must have thought so. And many of them cite in the Declaration of Independence what? They cite what? That we have inalienable rights which come from God. The whole idea here is that if this is the case, then what Wick is actually saying is that the founders themselves knew nothing about biblical ethics and thought that they could have a nation based on at least loosely Christian ethics. But if that's not the case, then you know what he's actually admitting? He's admitting that progressives gave us the nation. So he would be admitting that progressives are responsible for nations. If progressives are responsible for nations, then progressives would be at fault for all of the perceived problems that Wick is claiming nations have given us. Imagine how dumb you have to be to make that argument. Go ahead, Wick, defend that. I can't wait.
So Andrew's argument here is like he's assuming, and maybe Wick could be nuanced in arguing back this, is the creation of a nation would imply some form of nationalism. We have came together collectively as a system of government to protect and take care of these people as a collective in the form of forming a nation. That's nationalist, right? That's what Andrew's saying. That is at least the root form of what nationalism would be. The founding fathers considered themselves Christian, many of them, or believed in the ethics of Christianity overwhelmingly and formed a nation state. So they thought it was possible. And if Wick says no, they weren't Christian, then it would be that they were progressives. And so they progressively formed a nation. And Andrew's like, if that's the case, then all of the criticisms that Wick has about, quote, nationalism leading to all these conflicts would have actually been created by progressives who created nation states. It's an interesting argument. We'll see how Wick deals with it.
Imagine thinking that, oh, it's a nation, it must be nationalism. This reveals a deep ignorance as to what nationalism actually is.
Here we go. Now, this is good. Wick says, no, creating a nation isn't nationalist. So Wick's talking about nationalism being something uniquely bad outside the scope of that. Great. So let's hear Wick define what nationalism is.
I thought he was just going to flounder out the Christianity portion of this debate, right? Because he doesn't understand Christianity, but apparently he doesn't understand what nationalism is either. So to help him out, I will give you a standard definition. Nationalism is an ideology and movement emphasizing loyalty, devotion, and strong identification with one's own nation or country, often prioritizing its interests, culture, and achievements above others. When we talk about the founding of this...
Okay, so let's listen to this again. How is this not what the founding fathers believed?
You a standard definition. Nationalism is an ideology and movement emphasizing loyalty, devotion, and strong identification with one's own nation or country.
Okay, founding fathers. Do you think the founding fathers, when they created the nationalism, were identifying loyalty and strong foundation with the nation? Yes, that was the entire point. We as a collective group are tired of the crown, and we will come together collectively and prioritize our own personal interest over that of the crown of people that aren't here. Okay, next.
Country, often prioritizing its interests, culture, and achievements above others. When we talk...
Yes, prioritizing their culture, their interest over the interest, manifest destiny, right? All of the conflicts, all of the trade policies. Yes, it was prioritizing. Name me a country that doesn't fall within this definition. Name me a country that doesn't prioritize their own people. I mean, they exist. That is sort of the progressive vision. But that's bad. You expect countries at a minimum to say, we are a collective of the people in this country that will ever... This is like a union. You expect a union, a collective of people that are coming together to push forward their own interests. Imagine being like, well, how dare you have a union that pushes for the interest of the members of the union? That's bad. What? That's what you would expect of a country, that it's prioritizing the interest of the members of that country. So even this definition of nationalism, it's like, what is inherently wrong with a group of people coming together to prioritize their own interests? Yeah, that's good.
Talk about the founding of this nation, we have specifically, through the Constitution, put limits on our nation's leaders' power, right? We have put limits and exceptions, and we have enshrined individual rights. We have enshrined individual freedoms. This is absolutely...
But none of that's counterintuitive to what Wick just suggested. Okay, we have individual freedoms, agreed. Now let's go back to Wick's definition of nationalism.
Achievements above others. When we talk out, I will give you a standard definition. Nationalism is an ideology.
Ideology. Now, again, Wick's later going to say, but the reason we're not nationalists is because we have individual rights. So let's listen again.
Nationalism is either. So to help him out, I will give you a standard definition. Nationalism is an ideology and movement emphasizing loyalty, devotion, and strong identification with one's own nation or country. Okay,
you have to be loyal and identify with one's own nation. You can have individual rights and still do that. I remind you, the founding fathers were literally at war at the founding with England. So yes, they said we as individuals have individual rights, but we must come together to identify as being part of this nation to protect our collective interest. Having individual rights doesn't imply that they wouldn't have thought that.
Often prioritizing its interests, culture, and achievements above others. When we
It prioritizes the collective interest, culture, and achievements over other people. Yes! For God's sakes, the implication here would be like, okay, any country that wants their country to do the best at the Olympics or to win awards, oh, that's prioritizing your own achievements over other nations. No shit. That's human nature.
talk about the founding of this nation, we have
Okay, so that sounds part and parcel to what the founding of this nation was. So why wasn't it nationalist? Let's hear.
specifically through the Constitution put limits on our nation's leaders' power, right? We have put limits and exceptions, and we have enshrined individual rights. We have enshrined individual freedoms. This is absolutely, the American nation today is not a nationalist nation, nor was it at the time. To think that this was...
But again, according to his own definition, it was. He would have to give a definition that says, like, nationalism is prioritizing the collective over the individual. Which ironically would be more left-wing, like socialist type shit. But that's not the definition. He's like, nationalist is people coming together and prioritizing their own interest as a country over other countries. Okay? That's certainly what the founding of this... The idea that they also said, oh, and we're also going to prioritize individual rights, etc. Okay, that doesn't dispute your definition of nationalism.
Thing is just reveals a deep ignorance. But back to the Christianity again. He flees. The wicked flee when none pursueth. But tonight I am going to pursue just a little bit. Again, don't contend with my interpretations. If my interpretations are wrong, then you should be able to easily tell me why they are wrong. When I say, and I'm going to quote it again, when Satan tempted Christ, he offered the Savior all the kingdoms of the world, and Christ rejected this. Right? You have to tell me.
Okay, so let's go through. So Satan says, Jesus. He's fasting, if I got my theology right, he's fasting in the desert. Jesus, I'll give you all the kingdoms of the world to just, come to my side. And Jesus is like, no, my kingdom's above this. Where does this imply? I mean, again, go back to Whick's definition. Again, reminder, we're at 37 seconds here. Let's go back to Whick's definition. Whick says, here's my proof that the Bible doesn't allow, Christ doesn't allow nationalism, right? Jesus said, nope, I will not take all the kingdoms of the world. My kingdom's of heaven. Okay. So that's Jesus saying that you can't be...
Nationalism is an ideology and movement emphasizing loyalty, devotion, and strong identification with one's own nation or country.
You can't be loyal to your country. You can't have strong identification with your own country. What? Where are you getting the interpretation that Jesus saying, I won't take all the kingdoms of the world is, therefore he's saying that you can't have loyalty to your country. What?
Often prioritizing its interests, culture, and achievements above others.
You can't prioritize your own country's interest over others. Where is Jesus saying, no, Satan, I will not be tempted to take all the nations of the world? How does that even remotely comport?
Christ rejected this, right? You have to tell me why I am wrong to say that this is showing him eschewing secular power and focusing on God. When I quote him to say, again, the words of Christ, not my words, Christ's words, well, let's be clear, my kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would fight to prevent my arrest. He has to show me why it's wrong. He can't just...
Jesus is saying, I have a higher calling. That's not saying you're not allowed to be proud to be a member of your country and to advocate for the interest of your people in your country, first and foremost. That's Jesus not being tempted to be king of the world. That's different. There's not even a remote comparison here. But Andrew's like, I don't even have to get into this fucking debate.
Can't wave it away and say, Whick's not Christian. He has to actually contend with the words of Christ, because these are not my words, dear viewers, dear audience. These are the words of Christ. And if you profess to be a Christian, you should probably take them seriously.
Again, the performative, these aren't my views, dear viewer. Like, God, it's so fucking piss annoying. Again, it's just a stylistic thing. All right, we're going to listen to one more response here from Andrew, and then we're going to start grifting and probably end this. Also, I'm going to go to the restroom before I pee my pants. But
Andrew?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with anything. So he says, and this is really funny too. he gives this definition of nationalism, right? So I just Googled nationalism, the definition. And the first thing that pops up, of course, in AI overview is his definition, which is hilarious. An ideology movement centered on loyalty, devotion, and a strong attachment to one's nation. And then says, that has nothing to do with our founders. Yet it fits every criteria of our founders, Wick. Yes, of course they were nationalists. They were fighting to form a nation. And the nation had a national identity. Yes, Wick, it fits all the categories. I've never heard a more absurd argument in my life than what Wick just said. Andrew said nation. That has nothing to do with nationalism. Well, yes, it does. And yes.
Okay, I guess we'll listen to Wick's response because he's got something in the bag. Watch this. Watch Wick here.
It fits all the categories. I've never heard a more absurd argument in my life than what Wick just said.
Oh, look at that. He's ready to go. Wick's about to bring the heat. Whoa. All right. You convinced me, Wick. I'll listen to one more of your response. Look at that. Oh, shit. He's ready. Here we go.
Andrew said nation. That has nothing to do with nationalism. Well, yes, it does. And yes, our founders gave us a nation and a nation with an identity. And that national identity, which they had, does fit in these categories. An ideology movement centered on loyalty, devotion, strong attachment to one's nation. It falls under all of those categories. I have no idea what the hell this guy is talking about. It's the stupidest thing I've heard today. So also, he didn't actually contend with a point. The point is that if it's not the case, if their founders didn't give us nationalism, that wasn't what they wanted. And the case is that, hey, Christians, that's not compatible with nationalism. Christianity is not compatible with this. Then he would essentially be saying that
a large portion of the colonies didn't want a federal government at all. Right. We had the Articles of Confederation. The foundational documents of the Constitution were actually a response to the Articles of Confederation being too weak. And what collectively the founders and the framers of the Constitution found was that it was too weak, that we needed a national identity and a strong federal government. Now, they also didn't want a king. They saw what happened with England. They didn't want that. So they're like, we don't want this total centralized power in the hands of a few, but we also don't want no national connection whatsoever. We need to have a nation that we have pride and loyalty to, and that's what the framing of the Constitution was.
Who formed nations got this wrong, right? It was actually the progressive view that gave us nations, and the nation is the thing he hates. So I don't know how he could reconcile these two issues. How do you actually reconcile the issue that under your worldview, it would be progressivism that would give us nationalism and not Christianity? They just got it wrong. They just got it wrong, and it was actually the progressive view that we needed nations, and so we got nations, the thing that you hate, because progressives gave them to us, and so therefore all of these things would be at the lap of progressives, right, Wick?
Go ahead.
My opponent here seems to think that all nations are nationalist under his version of the word. Oh, it's a nation. Nationalism. Nation is in the word nationalism. They must be the same thing.
Wick, based on the definition that you immediately Googled, how would that not be? Can you name me a nation that doesn't take pride in themselves and prioritize their achievements over others? Give me the nation. The further we get afoul of that, the more like open borders, devastating we see of a nation.
This is probably the most baby brain take I've heard. Well, honestly, I thought you were smarter than this. This might be worse than the two they debated on Monday. This is crazy. Again, what we were given by the founders is a liberal democracy. It was
argument from incredulousness. Oh, I can't believe this is so bad. Now he's going to say what we were given by the founders is, quote, liberal democracy. But based on the definition of nationalism, the problem here is I think Wick read a very broad definition of nationalism. The problem's in the definition that he himself chose. I would say that the way Wick defines nationalism is almost how I would define patriotism. Here's how I differentiate patriotism to nationalism. Patriot's someone that's like, I take pride in my country. I think my country's good. I'm glad to be an American. I take pride. Rah, 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 America. And a nationalist is someone that says, not only do I take pride in my nation, but I think the policy should be focused on the people that are members of those nations first and foremost. Okay? What is inherently wrong with that position? The fact that it is, quote, a liberal democracy is not mutually exclusive with being nationalist under Wick's own definition.
Liberal world order that has been founded. The nationalists fought against the liberal world order in World War II, right? These are not the same thing. Simply because something calls itself a nation does not make it nationalism. That is just the most idiotic thing I've ever heard.
It's almost like, yes, Wick, based on how you've defined nationalism, a group of people coming to collectively together to be loyal and to prioritize their own issues, yeah, that's pretty much, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a nation that doesn't fall within that.
And again, reminder, he has not yet addressed a single point I have said about how Christianity and nationalism are not compatible. He has yet to prove that. And that is one of the tasks he must do. In this debate, he must prove, or he at least must provide a strong argument for, that nationalism and Christianity are compatible, when I have posited and made the positive claim that they are not, by providing evidence, and my evidence is the words of Christ himself in the scriptures again and again and again. One of the reasons they crucified Christ, one of the reasons the Pharisees and Sadducees rejected Christ, was because they thought he was going to establish this nationalistic thing. They thought he was going to come in as their Messiah and overthrow Rome and be the king, be the strong man, be the machismo guy. And when, again, Christ rejected that and said, no, my kingdom is not of this world. My kingdom is in heaven. Again, he's sighing because he's cooked here, right? He cannot contend with this, right?
No, he's sighing.
So once again,
he's sighing because you're just repeating the same bullshit, and it's like either you're doing so in bad faith or you're too fucking stupid to hear that he's directly responding this by saying, your interpretation doesn't matter to me because I don't think you're a real Christian, and even if it was true, it's irrelevant to the specific policy prescriptions that I'm saying the Christian nationalism leads to. That's it.
Right? Not every nation is nationalism. I hate to tell you that. And again, please address my point about Christianity.
Remember when Wick did that? That was it? That was the heat you brought? Oh, shit. Good God. Yeah, you basically just got more of that. Now, I think anyone who's looking at that and can't see that it's absolute dog shit, that's just me trying to equate America first to patriotism. HN, given the definition of nationalism that was agreed upon by Wick, can you name me a nation state that's not nationalist? That doesn't prioritize collectively coming together and being loyal as a country, that usually advocates for its own interests? Give me the nation that doesn't do that. Is the United States currently nationalist based on that definition? HN? Is France? Is Zimbabwe? Is Australia? Go ahead. Give me a nation state that's not. While you work on that, I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Then we'll get to grifting. Right back. Oh, I'm going to fill up my water jug as well. Oh, I suppose we'll leave you with a song. Let's see. Let's do... Maybe. What the hell's going on here? Maybe we won't leave you with this song. Why is this not working? Wow. My media assets things aren't working. Well, there's not going to be a song. So, sorry about that. I'll be right back. It's not working. Oh, forgot my water jug. What an idiot. Uh-huh. Let me grab that. All right. Anyways, majority of the debate would proceed a point with a lot of hits that we didn't get to there, up to and including even the moderator, Sarah, trying to beat into Wick's head that his, quote, subjective interpretation of what those passages mean isn't the objective truth. In other words, what you think this means isn't the end-all be-all of what it means. Objective truth, 1 + 1 = 2. Subjective truth, 2's my favorite number. You thinking that 2 is your favorite number doesn't objectively mean that 2's the best number. See the point? You thinking this is what this passage means to me, when it's clear that that's not specifically what Jesus is saying, that's just what you're interpreting from it, doesn't mean that it's objective truth. So you got bangers like that you're missing out. Now, I can't figure out why this is, I don't know how to fix that. What's happening is, here, I'll show you. Let's go to the shaky cam, everyone. Whoa, shaky cam. Here you go. Now, you see I got these little, see this? There's my little media assets. So when I come here and I try to scroll up and down, it won't let me. So I can't, for example, go up and I can't go down. I can only click what's here. There's the whip song. It's there. But no one's donated $200, so we're not going to hear the whip song, are we? Nonetheless, I couldn't scroll down to my normal songs that I would play when I go to the restroom. So, super chat time. Oh, did HN give me an example? Sweden's an example. Okay, let's say that's true. I disagree. I think Sweden would still meet the example. But okay, so Sweden. So then the United States is currently a nationalist society. Every country basically besides Sweden. Cool. Nonetheless, super chats. Keep getting them in. Thank you so much. Amagad, $2 says testes. 1, 2, 3. Thanks so much, Amagad. Blasterbot, $10. Thank you, man. Incredibly generous. As Christians live in this world, of course they should influence politics, and of course their politics would be influenced in turn by their religious beliefs if they sincerely hold them. Of course. Totally agree. Hunter Cryalone, $10 says, I was on Jubilee, so I'm something special. My big argument was biblical slavery makes Christianity bad. They told me I don't even have a metric for bad. My genius reply, I just wouldn't do it. Well, Hunter, who could argue with those results? Hunter, one time you debated me on vaccine mandates. It didn't go so well for you. Blasterbot, $10 says, frankly, I don't care what Wick says Christians believe because he isn't one and has no authority or knowledge on it beyond selective verses taken with no regard for their context or meaning. Thank you for your generosity. Totally agree. And it's the point Andrew's making. The great Christopher Scott, thank you as always, my friend. $5. And Blasterbot again. Crushing it with these donuts tonight. $5 says nationalism is bad and Smokey Man's a bad Christian. I summed up Wick's argument in 53 characters. Impressive. And more succinct and more intelligible than what Wick's doing. FB, $10 says, yes, Jesus spent 40 days in the desert where Satan tempted him with food, but he did not give in. That's why we celebrate Lent. This does not suggest in any way that Jesus was against nationalism. Correct. Thank you for the donation. Completely agree. Now, I'll admit to not being a theologist. Is that even a word? A theologian. How about that? Theologist. What the hell? Like an orthodontist? But yeah, totally agree. Blasterbot, another $5. Thank you. Says, based on the definition, I guess UK isn't nationalist. Clayton Grant Gordon, $2.79 says, is M series an agent of China? I don't know. And the great Christopher Scott again, $5 says, if you Google, is Sweden nationalistic? Even AI says, yeah. Let's see. I'm using Brave, so it might be different. So, says that it's complicated, basically. All right. Now we grift. Now, let me put a link if you want to watch that full debate. We're 40 minutes into a 4-hour and 53-minute debate there. One of the problems with me, I try to, one good thing about me, but it's also a bad thing, is I really, really, really try when I'm reacting to someone's content to spend the bulk of my time reacting to it. I think a lot of streamers, instead, what they do, if they react to a debate, they will play like an hour debate and sit here and go, good point. And they basically are just playing a debate. I try to really, almost painstakingly so, go through that debate and give my entire thoughts on it. Oftentimes, I think I've figured out that for every 1 minute of debate I'm analyzing, I'm probably spending 3 minutes talking about it on average. Now, that sucks a lot of times. And even here, it's even worse than that because I have it at 1.5 speed or 1.25. So that's both a good thing and a bad thing. So for me to go through a 4 hour and 53 minute debate would probably take me at least 8 hours, which isn't going to happen. So I guess both a good thing and a bad thing. So there's the link. You can check out the debate for yourself, formulate your own opinions. But I hope that you get an honest impression of sort of what my thoughts are on these sort of things. Needless to say, I think it's evident to me that Andrew's on a different planet when it comes to not only just the ability to debate, but the actual specific things that were said in this debate. That's it. Now, thank you so much. I'm not ending the show or anything, but to the audience that's here for political content, that's 3 hours and 20 minutes that I think the bulk of which was political or debate content. And I think that it's one of the best things, or it's one of the things that I really like doing. And I hope that that's what I'm known for, not just the whip song. But I understand last night we had a lot of grifting and people don't like that necessarily. And I get that. I get there are people that don't like that. I like it because I like making money, first and foremost. I also like the idea of having fun as a community. Not everything needs to be a serious political discussion all the time, but I don't want to detriment the serious political or debate discussions because we're just constantly focused on raising money and having fun. So the solution that I've came up with is 2.5 to 3 hours of serious, content, trying to do that every evening. And then on the weekends and after that 3 hours or 2.5 hours or so, then dicking around and just having fun. So what I want to do is invite you all to leave the channel if you're looking for just political content, because we're probably going to get a little silly and just do some fun shit. I'm not saying that we won't talk about politics. We very well may as we're going forward, but I don't want to be obligated from this point forward to use this as a representation of exactly sort of political commentary that I would normally have. So if you're someone that's like, I hope Rob isn't just going to play this whip song over and over again. I'm not saying that that's will occur. I have no clue. We'll see the direction that this goes. I don't know. But I'm just saying, if you're here for serious political commentary, now may be a time to bow out. If you choose to bow out, might I recommend another show for you? I can't speak to exactly what they're talking about, but my good friend, whose link I just put there, Abe Dinkus, is currently right now having some sort of panel, so maybe you would consider going over there. Now, what other streamer is going to advertise someone else and tell you to go over to their channel while they're still streaming? Not many. But if you start to get annoyed at sort of the direction that the channel takes from this point forward in this late area of the evening, may I recommend going over there? Okay. Now, we'll move forward. Zach Gelpy, it's always great to hear you. $5 says you're the best doing debate critique. Thank you. I try my best. And Thomas Shepard, $12 says, for the grift. Now please sell Skeens to my gutless, heartless, no pride Yankees. It's inevitable. He'll be a Yankee or a Dodger or a Red Sox before long. The Pirates are just a glorified farm club. That's all they are at this point. All right. Now, last night was an epic grift stream. Unforced Ego, $5 says, poor whippers or wickers, blown the fuck out. Poor. Yeah, he didn't do good. Pretty bad. Wick's like Dunning-Kruger personified. The dumber he is and the more he gets blown out, he's like, yes, I'm crushing it. All right. Oh, the jingles. Yeah. Now, for all the bullshit that people are like, oh, I don't like changing policies to the whip song. I don't like that. All the shit talking. It wouldn't have mattered anyways. Unforced Ego donated $200 to end the whip song tonight. And all you people that want to just freeload, you socialists that want to freeload off other people donating the money to get you what you want, are incapable of putting your money where your mouth is. So all the lamentations, all the, don't change the whip song policy, was all bullshit. None of it mattered. None of it. I could have not changed the policy and tonight's show would have been exactly the same. And how nice was it to actually be able to unfetteredly talk about political debate and cultural issues that I like? Pretty nice. Zach Kilby, $5 says, Wick's the real life version of Steve Martin in The Jerk. No, Steve Martin's likable. Yeah, that's right. Serious portion of the debate. We'll play the whip song 50 times in a row if you want, if people pay for it. But you can't pay the $20 for it right now because Unforced Egos donated $200 to prevent the whip song from being played. Now, the point is that I'm trying to make is everybody thinks it's funny that I'm perpetually annoyed by that song, which I am. But the idea behind it is someone else will deal with it. Someone else will donate. And when it comes right down to it, there was a flash in the pan last night that people were willing to put their money where their mouth was, but it was only one night. That's what happened. And it was uniquely annoying last night because, fully admit, that I wasn't prepared for it to get as crazy as it would have. So, right now, we enjoy relative peace and quiet. No whip song necessary. Happy to accept other donations, talk about other things that people would like. Happy to do that. Knowing that as we stand right now, there is no potential for the whip song to annoy me perpetually because people haven't donated that $200 to bring it back. And I feel good because I'll be honest, I was a little like, there you go. Spencer Spears says, or I'll just go watch something else, easy and free. Right. Hell, let me give you an option. Why don't you go watch Abe Dinkus? Oh, man. What a legend. Unforced Ego, $200 to bring back the whip song. Now, this is especially hilarious because I think if there's anyone other than me and my wife that are tired of the whip song more than the average person, it would be Unforced Ego, who donates $200 to end the whip song early in the stream, only to donate $200 to bring it back. Who would have been the last person that I would have expected to bring back the song? But fair enough. All right. If there's one person's opinion I respect, it's Unforced Ego, who has, at least for 2 nights now, granted me great moments of reprieve. Thank you, Unforced Ego, for $20 as going to bed. Have fun, Mr. Noor. I will. But to be fair, first we have to go with Blasterpot. Says, thank you so much, Blasterpot. Incredibly generous. Says, betrayal by your closest ally.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, a crack.
Thank you so much, Blasterbot. Really appreciate it. Unforced email. Truly a legend. Sort of salting the earth on his way out. All right. Says going to bed. Have fun, Mr. Noor. I will do that. I will.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
I can handle 2 whip songs. No problem. Great Zachary Gelpy. Thank you so much for becoming a member. We're doing good. People got their whip fix. We're good. 2 songs, not that bad. 2 minutes of my life can deal with it. Now, as you all decide what you're going to do to torture me next, here's something that's serious that kind of pisses me off. So Indian Jesus, who's a dude, I'll get to that in a second. A dude that I was on a panel with and stuff like that in Sarah Tomato's show, he messaged out earlier today. Here, I'll show you. Watching Rob Noerr debate clips is fun. Let's break down why he's a step above at 8 o'clock. Let me see. He said this earlier. Am I missing this? 10 hours ago. I thought that I liked it. So you can see I liked it and reposted, right? And then, so he was just going to show my clips. And look at this. He got a strike. Not even just the video removed. He got a community strike. He said, why'd my stream just die right in the middle of the copyright strike? I literally tagged Rob Noerr, whose video I used, and he reposted it. So I know it's not him. Of course not. If YouTube's listening, I completely give him permission to use my video. The only other possibility, Sarah Tomato, she ain't going to strike it. And RTP was the person I was debating. And I don't even know how he could strike it if he's using my video. It makes no sense to me. I think that's dog shit. And I'll do my best to message YouTube and be like, I in no shape or form don't allow him to use he could absolutely use my video. So I think that's shit. Nonetheless, Wade Boggs, $20. I see what happens when you deny the chat their right to the whip. Now we're all whip wound up. Try saying that. Fair enough. I was stalling a little, but okay, we'll play the whip song. I don't.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
All right. That's the 4th time we've heard that song tonight. That's still within. It's all right. It's no 73 times in a row. We're not that worried about it right now. But poor Indian Jesus, man, it sucks to get a community strike like that, particularly when he's using my video and I don't give a shit. It's fine by me. Clayton Grant Gordon, $2.79 says, someone gift me a membership. No join button. Well, I don't know anything about that. So, and yes, it's fine that people have left. I get it. No problem. 73, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, 73 times. It's totally understand the people that are leaving. Now, if you didn't follow the extravaganza today, I think I'm going to be on it tomorrow as well. What a banger of a show, man. Absolutely crushed it. Did anybody watch the extravaganza? Any opinions on it? Am I wrong that I was fucking awesome? Right amounts witty, prescient, intelligent, hilarious, and humble. It was just the total package. I don't even know. Like, listen, Rumble might be like, we didn't want Andrew Wilson back. Get this fucking bum out of here. Send him to debate losers like Wick. We want Rob and Jake Rattlesnake. And to be honest, you know, I carried Mystery and Jake. Let's be honest. That's the truth. But that's all right. You know, I didn't mind it. It's fun stuff. See? Total humble package. Wade Boggs! In all honesty, thank you so much for your generosity. You're always very generous. Thank you so much, Wade. Says, gonna need to hear that one more time. This makes 5. That is true. It's 5 songs. Again, we're not at the point of brutal annoyance yet. It quickly gets there. I found last night that what happens...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much, Blasterbutt. That's who Wade's acting at. Wade and Blasterbutt. They're interchangeable nuisances at this point, harassing me with this song. But thank you so much, Wade. Always generous. The great Zachary Gelpy. Not expecting him to get in on the torture, but okay. $20. Says, you did a good job, Rob, but you did have a couple incidents where Jake's jokes went right over your head. That's for sure. Listen, it's not my fault the damn guy could barely speak English. He's using metric system and shit like that. I can't be blamed if I don't understand what some lame soccer...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Thank you, Zachary Gelpy. Really appreciate it, man. You're always incredibly generous. I am shocked, though. Some people, like, look, there are people you could just tell. Like Wade Boggs, Blasterbutt, you're like, yeah, okay. Miggy, yeah, these guys you could tell. They're going to fuck with you. Yeah. But Zachary? It hurts a little. Amagad, $2 says, you did awesome on the extravaganza. Really enjoyed it. Thank you, man. I had a lot of fun. And I actually, all joking aside, really like Mystery and Jake. I think that they do a good job with Andrew over in that show, and it was my pleasure to fill in with Andrew while he was on Tim Pool's show. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. Blasterbutt. See, now here's a guy you expect to be a nuisance. $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. says Rumbles should totally hire the whip guy. I sort of half expected someone to play that damn song today while I was on the.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's
All right. Thank you so much, Blasterbot. Zachary Gelpy, another 20 bucks. Zachary, thank you so much. $20 says, here it is, but no song. Wow. See, I knew it. I knew I had Zach pegged as one of the good ones. Thank you so much. Oh, amazing. Thank you so much. Now, to those of you that are as annoyed as I am with this song, I think we're all right thus far. But quickly, this will get annoying if it proceeds. So you can't stop it by donating $200. Now, I know what people are saying. That's easy to say because you're the person getting the money, which is true. That's absolutely true. But I did donate $200 last night to myself, which YouTube takes roughly 30% of. So I pissed my own money away to stop this, only to the great displeasure of the audience who told me I can't do that. You know, the rules didn't say I couldn't. So I've changed the rules that I am not even allowed, nor is my wife, to donate money to stop or to influence any sort of grifting that's going on the channel. So you can't blame me. I would probably let it go another 3 or 4 songs and then want it to stop, like for reals. But, all right, other things that we're talking about as we're grifting here as well. Where the hell did I put this? Here's Scalia, right? Our boy Scalia. Oh, what was that? Yeah. And he's going to talk about the importance of the ability to protect free speech in the burning of the American flag.
If I were king, I would not allow people to go about burning the American flag. However, we have a First Amendment which says that the right of free speech shall not be abridged, and it is addressed in particular to speech critical of the government. I mean, that was the main kind of speech that tyrants would seek to suppress. Burning the flag is a form of expression. Speech doesn't just mean written words or oral words. It could be semaphore. Burning a flag is a symbol that expresses an idea. I hate the government is unjust, whatever.
If you're not sure, then in the end, and no one knows the Constitution better than you do, doesn't it come down to your personal interpretation of the Constitution? If it isn't clear-cut, which it clearly isn't, you in the end have to make an opinion, don't you?
Well, don't forget this person has to be convicted by a jury of 12 people who unanimously have to find that he was inciting to riot. So, you know, it's not all up to me. It would be up to me to say that there was not enough evidence for the jury to find that, perhaps. But ultimately, the right of jury trial is the protection.
Couldn't agree more with Scalia. Now, having said that, as to a further reading of this exact executive order, although I have problems with the direction it's heading, I don't think it specifically says that there is a new law created that you can't burn the flag. It is that if you commit a crime while burning the flag, you should be given the maximum punishment. But I agree with Scalia there in principle. Zachary Kelpie, $20 again. Verdict? Says, should I be an agent of chaos? No song. Ah! What an amazing guy. Wow. Is Zachary the coolest guy in the channel? Maybe. Maybe he is. We know that he's being hated by the audience right now. That's okay. I like it. And then Blasterbot, I wonder if he's going to say no whip song. Let's see. $20 says the right of the people to hear the whip song shall not be infringed. Now listen, at least I'll give you points, even though it was a predictable outcome of playing the song. I'll give you points for at least making it original and tying it in.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's.
And yet the grift continues. We're doing good. Now listen. Obviously last night was a flash in the pan. Don't get me wrong. I get it, right? That I understand, right? And people are trying. You got to give it to Blasterbot. You got to give it to Wade Boggs. They're trying, right? But let's be honest. Last night, at one point, I had a queue of 8 fucking times that I had to play that song. So as it's playing, I'm looking and I'm like, there's 8 more times. We're not there tonight. It's nice. And I get it. Last night was a lesson to me. And it's still an annoyance. Don't get me wrong. It is an annoyance. But it's not as bad as it was last night. It's an annoyance in the sense that it gets worse in the sense that I know this is at least going to plague me at least somewhat my entire career of streaming. That I get. But I think that if I could live through yesterday, I'll be all right. I think I'll be all right. EOD and Zachary are heels, and Are We Not Men, Achilles, Blasterbutt, and Wade Boggs are all the baby faces. From your perspective, not from mine, from my perspective, I say the opposite. Unless I'm a heel, and then that would make sense. I don't know. I just don't know. The story we were talking about yesterday about some of these crimes and criminalizing the people that are sort of legal. I don't know if you've seen this story. It's insane. It's this young girl that was being harassed. It's just an insane story. Maybe we'll talk about it a little tomorrow. It's crazy. So you have these 2 14-year-old girls that are being harassed by a migrant, I think in the UK. I don't know if you've seen this. Here's the video.
Yes, you have a knife.
You don't. Hey, I'm fucking perfect. You're fucking bad and
Why are you fucking with us?
These are fucking kid bashers.
Show the knife. Show the knife.
Get
Show
the
the knife.
fuck away from her.
Show the knife. Show the knife.
Don't touch her.
That's
Don't
it.
touch
That's
me.
it. Show the knife.
Don't touch my little sister.
Show the knife. That's it.
Don't fucking touch my little sister. She ain't fucking 12. Where's her fucking touching me? She's fucking 12 and you just battered me, mate. Where's her fucking touching me?
Yeah, show the knife. Marata.
Well, thank goodness, it's been dealt with. So, anytime that you have young girls that are fearful, you can understand why that would be occurring. So, the UK police have stepped in and made an arrest, and they've dealt with that problem. Police have arrested and charged the 14-year-old girl after she forced to brandish a knife to defend herself and her friend against a migrant who attempted to assault her near St. Anne's in Dundee, Scotland. Remember when I said yesterday, I was quoting Solzhenitsyn and said that's what the West is becoming? That the criminal has the rights, you don't have the right to even defend yourself? Now we're arresting 14-year-old girls. Don't those girls know that that man has a right to harass them, follow them around as 14 and 12-year-old girls? Don't they know that? That they can't defend themselves? There you go. That's the society that the West is embracing. I was excited to see the $20, and then I saw the message. Zachary Kelpie, $20. Thank you so much, man. Always incredibly generous. Says, I love being the heel. Thank you, Zachary. I don't know what heel means in this context, but as you know, if you donate $20...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much, Zachary Kelpie Blasterpot. And always incredibly generous. Thank you so much for the $20. Says, I can't believe that the English girl would harass that poor migrant. I'm glad that you agreed with me on that issue, and it's...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you so much, Blasterbutt. Alexander R. Is that harassment by those girls or free speech? Well, we don't know. We don't see the broader context to know exactly what's going on, but entirely predictable. I could have told you when I first saw that story. Those girls will be arrested because Scotland, the UK, etc. have exhibited that the worst thing you could do is protest the people from these migrant communities that have previously groomed girls, attacked girls, and things like that. The grooming, all of that shit's less offensive than pushing back against it. So it's entirely predictable that if you saw a white girl pushing back, screaming that she's being harassed by a migrant, that the white girl would be the one that would be charged, that there's almost a 0% chance that they would go after the migrant. So predictable. So no, it's not free speech if he was attempting to harass them. Wade Boggs, thank you so much. $20 says, back to back whip. Well, thank you to the great Alexander R. that interrupted that by...
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
Thank you again, Wade Boggs. Okay. Now I'll remind you, if anyone's as annoyed as me, you could donate $200 to end this madness tonight. But we will press on. We'll press on. Some things to remind you of. Tomorrow I'll be doing the extravaganza. Is there any silly shit that you would like to see me cover? Go over to my Discord and the extravaganza is more about sort of joking around shit, etc. So seeing as how tomorrow I'll be on it again, go over to my Discord if you want and send some clips if you like. It could be making fun of TikTok feminists, shit like that. It's normally the type of stuff I don't cover on this show, but I'm happy to wade into it when I'm covering for Andrew Wilson over there. HN says, dude, you're being so unfair right now. You showed a clip where the whole beginning of the confrontation was not included. Right, we get it. We saw from last night. HN's perspective is this. White person did something wrong. It doesn't matter if you see a black person or a person of color literally beating the shit out of a 10-year-old white girl. HN would be like, full context. Can I see before that? Last night we had the full context, and so we saw Rampage Jackson's son, who happened to be a black man, brutally beating a man in a wrestling match with his fist. About 15 to 20 times he struck him. And HN's brilliant take on this is, why aren't you mad at the white man for what he did beforehand? And what the white man did was mistakenly assumed that the black man was a wrestler and did a fake attack on him, which then led to an apology where the guy said, no hard feelings, we're going to have part of this match. That's what happened. And HN saw all of that context, and despite seeing that context said, but we need to condemn evil whitey. And so, excuse me if I take with a grain of salt what a racist or a fucking mentally deficient moron like HN says about needing to look at broader context. I'll give you all the context that you need from HN. White person, bad. 14-year-old white girl, bad. Person of color, good. Always need more context. There you go. So, we'll just skip to the end of that. So, I hope that helps, HN. Always nice to get input from sack of shit lefties that are just exhibiting their ignorance or their racism on their sleeve. Oh yeah, that was a real take. He actually asked me to put a poll up because he thought people would share his take. And I think it was 97%, 94% were against him. I'm not shitting you. He said, put a poll up. That was literally his take. Not exaggerating in the least bit. Why aren't people mad at the white guy, too? So, there you have it. That's HN. Context. Actually, context. Can we see the context? Now, I will fully admit, it is entirely possible that this migrant, as I already said, wasn't doing anything wrong. The point is, I was making that you could identify patterns of this shit, and you knew if there was going to be an arrest in this situation, there was a 98% chance that it was the young white girl. Because that's what the West has became. Wow. Rad Dude says, the issue we have is shit like this. A 13-year-old Russian German girl admitted she fabricated a story about being kidnapped and assaulted by migrants. Wow. Yeah, that's bad. Fake accusations are real bad. And? HN, you're commending me for providing full context when the full context wasn't in this video. Go fuck yourself. The full context was there and you exhibited yourself to be tremendously ignorant or racist with the full context. You're a piece of shit, just like everyone else on the left that will opine about things without seeing a full context over and 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 over again. And then when someone says, here's a video that looks real bad, you got context, we're going to need the full context. If we had 20 minutes before that video, you'd be saying, but where's the 20 minutes before that? We need the full context. Go fuck yourself. Zachary Gelpy, $5 says no one likes a guy who suckers another guy, white or black. That's not true, Zachary. HN does. Or rather, HN's like, well, both sides are to blame. You see? Yes, you're right, you're right, Rad Dude. Sometimes people fake assault accusations, and yet nonetheless, we know there's a systemic problem in the UK where the opposite occurred. Where not only were these migrants brutally grooming these girls in some of the most heinous ways imaginable, but it was actively covered up by politicians and police departments for decades. Does that mean that in each individual instance, that every story may be as it seems? No. Certainly, there's room for the fact that there'll be exceptions to the rules. The point I'm trying to make it is entirely predictable given the history that we've seen and how this grooming's been covered up, that when you see a migrant harassing down and getting near, why was this migrant continuing to approach someone that was armed? Why wouldn't he just walk away? He's got to keep approaching. A 14 and a 12-year-old girl, at least we know the girl was 14 because she was arrested. She's claiming the other one's 12. If it was me, and I saw them walking away from me going, please get the fuck away from me, I would stop filming them and advancing towards a 12-year-old. That's what I would do. That's not to say that he's guilty. I'm merely noticing patterns. That's all. But you can't notice the context. We need to see the context. Meanwhile, these people without batting an eye, without knowing any story that's critical of Donald Trump. Oh yeah, oh look at that. They're not like, well, what's the context? What was the context? They don't give a shit. In fact, oftentimes they'll know the exact contents and intentionally ignore it. Like Trump said, Nazis were good people. Christopher Scott, thank you so much for the $5. This question for HN: what context would justify harassing a child? It's nice to get back to just shitting on lefties, though, and not have to worry about playing ridiculous whip songs all the time. And the equilibrium is restored. Zachary Gelby, $5 as Rob. He's just one of those annoying First Amendment auditors. Thank you, Zachary. I don't know why you super chat to comment to HN. Yeah, it's fine. Your headphones connected. Thanks, you. Yes, they are. See, about time. See, you thought you were whipping me, but the truth is, you have learned. Maybe HN's just my alt account. I'm here furiously typing to distract everyone. Thanks to everyone that's watching over there on Rumble. I always appreciate you all over there. 10 people watching, 8 likes. You guys are the shit. Thank you. Really appreciate it. People are calling people shitheads. I don't do Discord. How else shall I show Rob I have a no join button? I don't know. Sorry, HN, that you're being dogpiled for your dog shit takes. My bad. Might I suggest not having dog shit takes? How's the gamer channel going? I'm not great, but okay. I'm not really trying to do much with it. If you like, I could tell you all a little about my meeting with my merch guy today. We got the trophy for William Gramer Jr. For the whale of the channel. We got that worked out. It's going to be more of a plaque. So if you would like to have your name on this plaque, all you got to do is give a one-time donation of $2,000 or more. But Rob, YouTube won't even allow me to donate that much money. True, I think. But you could donate through Cash App at $robnoerr, or through PayPal at Robert Noor, or buymeacoffee.com/robnoerr. All of those are potentialities. Zachary Gelpy, $5 says, Rob, you should have an alt account if it gets out of hand. I do. I have the gaming account. But yeah, I feel you. Thank you, Zachary, for the $5 donation. Really appreciate it. So, shit. I'll finish this real quick, then I'll get to you, Blaster Butt. Thank you, though, dude. So that was sort of what was going on with the trophy. So go ahead, get your 2,000. I know we'll probably get, Now, here's the thing with the trophy or the plaque. If you donate at a later time, I could take it back to the store and get the engraving done, right? Okay. Merch. We talked about merch ideas. I think we're going to be looking at 3 or 4 shirt designs, a hat design, sort of Yeti type mug. Might be something like this with engraved logos. I talked to my guy that's doing design. He's going to finish the new logo design. It's going to be pretty cool. I think it's going to have a vintage, like 1950s sort of red, white, and blue aesthetic, though the white's not going to be a bright white. It's going to be more of a faded white. I think it's going to be really cool. So we're looking to get some of those logos on the website design. The one thing that was not going to be done that I originally hoped was having a website where all of my videos went up. And basically, the website's going to just link to my YouTube videos. The reason that it's not going to directly upload is it looks like it's going to be quite expensive bandwidth to literally upload every video there. So instead, it's just going to link directly to my Rumble or YouTube. So that's what's going on. All right. HN Rage quit. Womp, womp. Yeah. Well. Blaster Butt, man, very generous. $20. Says Vosh song or The Lash, your choice. Well, that's not really a choice at all, is it? Enjoy. I think you can tell which one I'm more tired of hearing at this point.
Strings in on his high horse so tall, claims he's a savior, the voice for us all. But his saddle's loose, his reins are a lie, galloping words but no truth in his eye. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, naming loud justice but it's hollow in sound. He trots for the mares but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan. He wears a bridle of virtue so tight, but his hoof prints show where he's lost the fight. Spurs click sharp, yet his actions stay tame. A broken down steed in a hypocrite's game. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, making loud justice but it's hollow in sound. Trots for the mares but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan. Haystacks bare, he promises fields but leaves dust in the air. Whinnies of wisdom, yet the barn doors creak, a hollow hoof beat when the words that he speaks. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, naked without justice, but it's hollow in sound. He trots for the mirrors, but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan.
Wow, nice little relaxing song that wasn't too annoying. Thank you, Blasterbot, for that generous $20 donation. Really appreciate it. Isn't that nice? There's other music out there. Wonderful. Our great friend Zachary Gilby gives $2, says, get a fat guy beard tariff shirt. We'll see, man. I might. I gotta be. So we got the where there's a whip, there's a way shirt, the shirt with my logo, Chad of the Week shirt that will be not available for purchase. And then I don't know what the fourth design's going to be. But we're hoping to make something that there'll be enough people that would be interested in each product that it'd be worth creating it. Because I don't want the poor guy to create this stuff and then not use it. But you won't have to worry about my incompetence not shipping out, because the website's going to literally link right to the store. We'll print it there, and they'll personally ship it out to you. All we got to do is get the logos finished, get the website made, and then from there, it'll be a simple process of agreeing on prices. My idea is certainly the gentleman who owns the store, a friend of mine from high school, great dude. He's entitled to make some money. Of course, he's doing a bunch of work, right? I am shocked at how affordable it is, based on some pricing I did around, including about pricing for creating a website. I'm very impressed with the work he's done with other companies and the websites that he's made for them. I had asked people that know, and they were telling me probably I'm looking at anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 just to get into a door with website production. I've been quoted a price substantially less than that. I do not know if that's because this person's friends of mine that I was friends with in high school, or if it's because that's the normal pricing options that he charges. But clearly, I don't know anything about this, and I'm relying on him when it comes to pricing for things like t-shirts, mugs, etc. He's going to know the input cost and what he needs to make a profit. But my idea is largely what I'm attempting to do is to have something. It's not designed at this point to make money for me necessarily. It's something that I think would be really cool as a community to have a bunch of merch and shit like that. So when we go meet up at places, we could wear merch that has to do with my channel. And I think that would be cool. So I'm not going to be trying to charge $50 for a t-shirt or some shit like that. You know, on my end of it, if I'm breaking even, I'm pretty fucking happy. So that's about it when it comes to the merch stuff. I'm excited to show you the progress that we're having on it. And, I'm hoping that within a week or two, we're going to start to see substantial progress on both ends of the person that's doing my logo design and the person that's doing the website design. So yeah, it's free advertising as well. Don't worry. So you don't have to worry about my incompetence leading to you not shipping stuff out. HN, for as shitty as a person as you are when it comes to your argumentation, I do thank you for being here. And if you feel like you're being ganged up on, it's probably because you have what most of us would consider are dog shit opinions. And I understand it might not be fun to express those dog shit opinions and have everyone say, these opinions are dog shit. But I do appreciate the fact that you're here. That is true. Now, HN, probably all would be forgiven if you merely donate $20 and play a whip song. I'm assuming all the people ganging up on you would all of a sudden be your best friends and be like, that HN's a cool fucking guy. Just a hunch. But, wait, says Mr. Eastbraid lurking. I don't know anything about that. No, HN's a guy. I don't know if he has a lisp. I don't remember. Well, I plan on working for Andrew for quite some time, so I don't think that's... Oh, yeah, we'll try to reach our goal of $1,357 for the day. By the way... not to brag, but did you know that just 2 days ago, this guy, Austin Hall, put out that it was unreasonable to shoot for a goal of $357 a day? Do you think that guy ever feels like a chump that every 2 days ago he puts that up there? And he's like brutally wrong. Do you think he ever feels bad about it? You think he's ever like, oh, wow, I really fucked that prediction up. By the way, that was probably a guy that was like, I predict that Trump in the first term will crash this stock market. I predict that Hillary Clinton will win 99% chance that she'll win. I predict that lockdowns will be beneficial. I predict that the virus didn't come from Wuhan lab. You think? You think that guy's made some other stellar predictions like that? It is sad that every 2 days ago he makes that comment. Yeah, it is sad. I don't know. You would think he has better things to do. And yet, I'm no technological wizard, so don't accuse me of being able to, like, manufacture this. Look at that. The proof's in the pudding. Just 2 days ago. Yesterday, how many days ago was it? 2. It's always 2 days ago. I mean, you do have to give him credit for, consistency every 2 days ago for making these comments. I can scroll down now. I don't know what the problem was, but I fixed it. Blasterbot, $20 says, I can't believe Austin Hall is so wrong and thought the whip song would be a failure of a grift. That's true. Allegedly, Austin Hall said that there's no staying power to the whip song and that people wouldn't keep playing it every.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
Thank you so much, Blasterbot. I appreciate it. Look at this. Carpet Dog over on Twitch says, happy affiliate anniversary. Well, I'll be damned. It's my anniversary of affiliation on Twitch. Wow. What would that have been? 4 years ago? Maybe 3-4 years ago? Yeah, it's a shame that Twitch sort of, died down for me after, I don't know, malicious garbage, I think, that someone came on and called me homophobic slurs, and their channel got a 7-day ban, and mine got a 30-day, despite the fact it was them saying it, not me. But thanks, Carpet Dog. Appreciate it. All right, someone was sending me something on X. They're very interested in... All right. Let's see. Well, I don't see anything yet. Unacceptable Chinese Gordon. I don't know what the screenshot would show me anyways, because I don't really know where the join button is for the membership. I think you just click the $sign, right? And then membership. Are you doing that? And maybe you're saying that it's not possible. I don't know. I feel really bad about it, but I don't know what I could do about it. It sounds like a technical glitch, but I don't think that you've ever been banned or anything like that by me or the mods that would prevent you from becoming a member. So I apologize for that. Amagad, $1.52 to get us right to $1,000. What a boss. Amazing. Only 18 more whip songs to get to 1357. That's one way to look at it. That's a lot. That is a lot of whip songs to get to 1357. Certainly. But yeah, I don't. He says, no join button, Rob, sending you the screenshot. So, yeah, good luck to you. Did you click on the $sign, Gordon? I don't know what else to say. Like, if there's a technical glitch beyond that, there's nothing I can do to help. So, Zachary Kelpie, $5 says thanks. Makes perfect sense. I'm not sure why Rob's confused. Lefty says bad thing on conservative channel, so ban the conservative. Makes perfect sense, right? Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. Thank you, Zachary. 62 more whip songs will break the record. Yeah. Tomorrow, we will be doing a call-in show around noon, and then after the call-in show around 5 o'clock, I'll be doing the extravaganza, and then I'll be back here at 10 p.m. to do the show all over again. Trying to line up some debates and stuff like that. A little difficult when I don't know quite what my schedule is going to be with the Crucible, so it's a little difficult. By the way, do people like the new hat design? I enjoy it. I like this hat, so... People, I foolishly said if I got to $2,500 last night, I would not wear that Pirates hat anymore. Now people are suggesting that if I didn't throw away the hat, people are like, well, we like the hat. We want to bring the hat back. Well, then I guess you're going to have to donate $2,500. This hat has utility. Check this out. If you're like a working man, I'm not. You do this. Maybe, if I figure it out. The Glizzy shirt. I don't know where it's at. My wife's sleeping again. Look at that. Huh? Yeah? Like if you're a carpenter? Bam. I do miss the hat. It fucking sucks. I like that hat. I like this hat, though. I enjoy it. Blasterbutt, $20, says it would only take 2,500 whip songs for Rob to make $50,000 and take a bit under 42 hours. I don't even know what to say to that. That 48 hours of whip song. I mean, $50,000 is a lot of money. I don't know if it's worth.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
Thank you, Blasterbutt. And thank you for doing the math on that nightmare fuel. But much appreciated. I have about 20 hats since Crucible Crusader. Hats are nice. I think the plan will be we'll try to get to 1357 tonight. Whip Brothers Unite. Look, someone could donate $200 and end the madness. That would be preferable for me. $200 is nice. Ending the whip song is nice. That would be all good. Griftathon song. Not for free, my man. That would all be nice. It would be nice to get to the goal. 1357 tonight. That would make it 3 in a row for our boy EOD in here, who was besmirched as setting an untenable goal of 1357. Only to break it 2 days in a row. CHN, if you really want to be a heel, there you go. Donate $200. People will be like, oh! Be nice. I took a 2.5 hour nap today and I'm still crazy tired. That gives me a total of 4.5 hours of sleep from last night. Yeah, hit the like button. Hell yeah. What the hell is wrong? Did that dude figure out the membership button yet? I hope so. I'm poor, sorry, mate. That's all right, King of Corn. Fuck it. Leave all these people with money donate. Just sit back and enjoy the show. I'm with you, man. I ain't donating shit to me. I tried yesterday. I got yelled at. Too much sleep. No more than an hour and 3/4. Yeah, it's comforting. Oh, what a good night. You guys are the best. I thoroughly enjoy spending time with all of you, even if you're torturing me. And that is the nature of a good relationship. That's how me and my wife have been together. The foundational principle between my wife and I's marriage is constant annoying the other. We're both doing great. Is it wrong to be enjoying the Destiny sweeping arc? To each their own. I get tired of the drama, if I'm honest. But, oh, look at that! EOD gifts 5 memberships. Wow. I know that guy, EOD. He's a guy I know. Thanks, EOD, man. Incredibly generous. We enjoy spending time, especially when we get a whip. You have the whip. Nothing's preventing you now. How many times do you think we've done it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 times tonight. "14 whip songs. Now we're whip moderate. Oh, no problem, EOD. Don't worry about it, man. Now people are shitting on EOD. No, EOD did the right thing. Gifted memberships greater than whip song. 73, yeah, 73 whip songs. Oh, shit. I'm enjoying the more whip moderate audience this evening, if I'm honest. Dude, what the fuck is going on? What is fucking going on? What are you talking about, Gordon? Here's a picture he sends. Okay. This is his commentary. Why is Rob dismissing that fact that I sent him proof via DM that I cannot see a join button for the YouTube live stream? Here's the screenshot, moderator EOD. What the fuck are you talking about that I'm dismissing the fact? What the fuck are you talking about? You think this is some big fucking... Yes, we all got together. I've been talking to the YouTube people just to fuck with you, Gordon. I can't wait to dismiss the fact that you can't... What the fuck are you talking about? Fuck you. I don't want you as a member, you weird fucking narcissistic piece of shit, implying that I'm somehow... I said over and over, I don't know what the problem is. Jeez. Fucking lunatics. There, I don't want you. Good, I'm glad you can't become a member. Go fuck yourself. Better? I don't understand. Like, people like this shit. Like, what do you... Everybody, stop the show. For the next 3 weeks, we're not going to talk about anything other than Gordon can't find the membership button. Holy fuck, what can we do? We don't want to dismiss his feelings. We don't want to dismiss it. He's clearly attempting to send us proof. Everybody stop. Don't go to work. Someone call President Trump. I don't know what to say, man. I feel bad that you can't figure it out. Perhaps it's a glitch on your phone. I don't know. I'm not dismissing it. I totally believe that you weren't lying. I didn't think, this guy's lying just to fuck with me. I said, oh, I don't know, man. Did you check under the dono button? Did you check under that? I don't know. And then I even said, did that guy figure it out? And still, that's not enough. You're like, I don't know why. I'm going to at Rob. I don't know why Rob and EOD, they're dismissing the fact. No one's dismissing shit. The fact that no one's holding your hands and like, whoa, that sort of sucks, doesn't mean that we're dismissing you. What would not dismissing you look like? That we stop the fucking show? Well, I'm not dismissing you now, you fucking idiot. I'm making fun of you for being a narcissistic sack of shit that no one really gives a shit about. Better, Gordon? Rob is spurging now. That's true. I am spurging. Gordon, thank you so much for being here. I can see that this is causing you great trouble. I can see. So much so that you find that I'm dismissing the fact that you sent me proof. And I really hate to see that. I really do. I hate to see that. So, Gordon, I'll do my best to help you out. Thanks so much. Enjoy your time in another channel. All right. Metal Stalfos, thanks for becoming a member. We're not dismissing you. Thanks for being able to find that membership button. Awesome. Joseph Romano, $10 towards the Gordon membership search party. Looks like you'll have to search a different channel. The great Zachary Gelby. Thanks so much, $5. I don't know who has better rants, you or Mark Levin. Either way, I feel a little scared. You both get a heart attack sometime. Yeah. That sort of stuff. And it's weird. I'll be honest. Sometimes I can tell I go a little over the top. I hope people enjoy it a little. But it does frustrate the shit out of me. Like, that stuff happens more than you would think. Like, just crazy stuff like that. I'll get DMs like, bro, why didn't you read my comment? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I missed a super chat. No. Okay, what was your comment, man? I'll address it today. Oh, I said, nice show. Thanks? Why didn't you read it? You mean out of hundreds of people watching, you put a non-super chat in that said, nice show, or I like what you're saying, and you're pissed that out of thousands of comments that I didn't stop and say, wow, this guy said awesome show. And like, people get personally offended by something like that. It's so fun. Anyways. Christopher Scott, thank you so much for becoming a member. Also capable of finding that membership button. And then he gives a membership. He does another membership. That's twice just to rub it in Gordon's face. Nice. And then the great Mr. Belay in the Department of Numismatics. $10 says, are the libs tripling down on playing the race cards and everything to stay relevant in their eyes? However, my channel is about precious metals, not politics. Don't forget to try Tactical Soap today. Thanks, Mr. Belay. Yeah, I mean, they're tripling down on race. It's because it's all they know. And it's been effective for them for so long. I did not see Jake Rattlesnake's debate against that feminist. I'll have to check that out. Maybe we'll review that one of these days. Oh, look at this. Happy birthday to Intel Wild tomorrow. Let me guess. 37. Just throwing a number out there. My guess is 37 years old. The great Intel Wild. We'll see. Well, happy birthday, even if you don't really care. I don't really care anymore. Last birthday was 40 last year. This year I turned 41. No one really gives a shit except the big numbers now. 40, 50. I don't know. I guess traditionally you could start getting Social Security at like 99 years old or something like that. Late 40s. All right. Well, hey, man, happy birthday. Oh, look at that. Metal Stalfos found the membership button again and donates 5 of them. Sorry, Gordy. Guess you weren't here to get one. We're dismissing the fact that you couldn't find the membership button. How's that feel? Rob dismisses Twitch messages. That's the real crime. Maybe the Twitch crowd's never saying as much. That's interesting. Stop trying to grift Gordy a membership. Poor Gordy. I do always like that movie, Gordy. Like Gordy's Uncle the Pig. He's like, Gordy! That's it. Strangely worded letter now. Strongly worded letter. Gordy! I'm a big fan. Oh, Blaster Butt! Like a real Chad. Everybody but Gordon's going to be a member. Hell yeah! See ya, Gordon. 20 memberships. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Blaster Butt. Incredibly generous. Rob, do I do personalized cameo-style rants roast directed at chat members? I suppose I could. We can set that up. It'll just be all poor HN. Rob, do a 5-minute rant on HN being an idiot, and then we'll finish it up, and it'll be like, how about a 6-minute rant? That's right, Blaster Butt. Not even a whip dono. Yeah. Crazy. Look, I guess the next goal to reach for will be 300% of our goal. We're very close. I don't know what that is. But we could get to 300% of our goal. That's doable. Now, my plan is probably at 3 a.m. Rant roast Alexander R. Well, Alexander R., if that's you, although it might look like you're fitter than me, your taste in wife beater seems to belie the fact that your arguments were not very masculine at all. In fact, you wilted like a little flower when you called in earlier today. Now, that's not surprising. Most people do when they debate me. But the fact that you were able to do it so quickly after dominating me last night with a little whip song business is truly an inspiration to people that get crushed by me all the time. So for that, Alexander R., we do thank you. Mm-hmm. $25. See? EOD, our math man. Nah, Alex R. had a good call earlier today. Thank you for the people that denied Gordon. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, now we're at 1,071. Oh, that's 300%. Yeah. Thomas, I have this problem all the time. And sometimes it's just that you're saying something that for whatever reason. So, like the other day, I was watching Sarah Tomato's channel and I was trying to say something to the effect of like, Spiro crush, go sub to Spiro's channel. Take Rob down. Move Rob to the back. I typed it a million ways. You know what it was? That I said sub to Spiro's channel. For some reason, that message was showing up as unacceptable to allow in a super chat. I have no fucking clue how it works sometimes. Like, it seems like totally benign shit that the super chat is like, no, you can't say that. And I don't know why. I can't go back on the roast. Sure I can. Yeah, it was weird. It's like maybe there's some rule against suggesting subbing to someone else's channel. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but I sat here for like 20 minutes and was trying, because I wanted to get off Sarah's panel. So I thought a fun way to do it would be to donate to kick myself off. And I kept typing, sub to Spiro's channel, kick me off. Wouldn't work. DM proof or he'll dismiss it. Yes. The AI doesn't like Spiro. That must be what it is. They're like, no, dog. But that's why I always put other options up, because I know, like, so you can donate to @RobertNorr or buymeacoffee.com/RobNorr or through Cash App at $RobNorr. And if you have a comment that you want read and you donate to one of those, say, hey, Rob, check your Cash App and then say what your comment is, and I'll promise I'll read it. There we go. Thomas Shepard, see? $5. Isn't that weird? So you're probably typing something completely, thank you so much for the donate. You're probably typing something totally innocuous. And for some reason, YouTube was like, no, that violates our TOS. Crazy. Thank you, though, Thomas Shepard. Really appreciate it. I'm getting emails. Here's the comment. Rob needs a cold hard American Cash Gordon, not fucking loonies and toonies. Fucking? Is that the word? Or loonies or toonies? Who knows? I don't know. Like, I understand it can be frustrating from the perspective of, like, I can't find the membership button. And, like, just like that. It's like, imagine if Thomas Shepard would have been like this. If his comment would have been this. I tried to donate and it won't let me. Rob, why are you dismissing the fact it won't let me? Why are you denying? Rob, I sent you a DM showing that it won't let me do the super chat. Everybody, I tried to super chat Rob Noerr and Rob's denying the fact. Rob's ignoring the fact. Why is he dismissing the fact it won't let? Like, at what point are you like, what? 16 bucks. Yeah. Are we not men stepping all over EOD's toes with the math there? 16 bucks. To 300%. Damn. Yeah, that's right. Now, my plan is to stay here till 3 a.m. and then be out. I hope that people won't be upset that I'm leaving at 3 a.m. It'd be nice to get some sleep tonight. Now, I'm just saying, if we reach to 1357, EOD could claim 3 nights in a row he was here when we hit 1357. And it's possible. Joseph Romano. Rob, why are you ignoring the fact that you are not taking my money? I don't. Ha! EOD's just sort of doing like, you know, he just throws out a number. It's like, we're $1,700 away there. Oh, Oh, man. Blasterbot says, I can't believe Rob is dismissing the Lord of the Lash. There's only one way to handle this. That's fair. I have dismissed the Lord of the Lash. It was quite nice that there were large swaths of tonight where I didn't have to hear this stupid damn.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's Lord.
Thank you, Blasterbot. I really appreciate it, man. You're very generous. Christopher Scott says, yeah, it's something about the word sub Spiro's channel that it won't leave you do a super chat. I have no idea what it was, but I tried every form of that and it wasn't working. So finally I was just like, kick Rob, and it worked. I was like, okay, strange. 301%. You guys are amazing. Imagine, oh yeah, we did, what were we doing? It was $10 a minute. Is that what it was for awkward silence? We'll have to up that to $20 a minute because it is awkward. So yeah, awkward silence, $20 a minute. Sounds great. Grand. I'll just sit here like this. At least the whip song's something. Awkward silence is worse, believe it or not. Oh, look at that. The great Zachary Kelpie. $20. Says that should get you over. No song. Not the best type of donation. Thank you so much, Zachary. And look, before people boo, Zachary's been on both ends of the whip song tonight. You got to respect that. He's trying to be amicable to all sides. 20 minutes awkward silence. Also means whip song. Everything also means whip song. No whip song means whip song. Yeah, that is a big W. Look at that. 1,000. Wow. You guys are insane. Thank you so much. Thomas Shepard, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. $2. Night Rob, night chat. Good night, sir. I can set up an in real life alarm that is triggered by after hours chat donos of 1,000 or more that wake you out of bed at 4:30 a.m. and force you to start a stream and start playing the whip song. Yeah, except my wife would leave me, and that would be bad news because I sleep in the bed next to my wife, and that alarm would no doubt wake up. Unless I put I get implants in my ears that no one else could hear, and it just rings in my ear. But no. There you go. DRJ says when you play both sides, they both end up not liking you. Ooh. I still like Zachary. It'll be close. Our goal of $1,357. It'll be close. We're about $264 away. Am I right about that? 264? They have these implants. They're called earbuds. You're not supposed to sleep with the earbuds in. I'll wake up. I roll my sleep. I'll end up with it embedded into my skull. So my plan is to stick around for another 17 minutes and then we'll raid out to someone. Zach, again, thank you so much. $2 says, I enjoy being a contrarian. Thank you. Next thing you know, Zach's going to start sticking up for our friend Gordy. Why is Rob still dismissing the fact that Gordon can't find the membership button? What is this conspiracy? Also, Team OCD winning tonight. We're at an even dollar donation. We're not at some crazy cent. 258 now. There you go. Oh, no shit. Abe got monetized. Amazing. Well, I'll be damned. Good for him. It's great news. While we're at it, let's send people real quick. Please, please. Take a moment from generously gifting me money, which I'm more than happy for. But take a moment and head over to my man EOD's channel. Let's get him monetized, man. Let's do it. Just go over, give him a sub real quick. Mostly EOD's channel, it's very similar to mine, except all he talks about is not playing the whip song. That's basically it. It's just constant reminder, like, yeah, no, it's nice we're not hearing that whip song, so you might enjoy it. I love it, personally. Zachary Galpy, $20, says there's a big conspiracy. Rob doesn't want Gordy to have a membership joke. It's part of the Illuminati. I knew it. Whip song. That, Rob. Mm-hmm.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Raid Gordy after this. No, it's a conspiracy. You reckon they play this at Alcatraz? Why? To pump up the inmates? It was like, yeah, damn, what a song. Yeah, EOD is a good dude, man. Deserves it. Getting monetized is a big deal, man. It took me years and years, I think. I don't remember. I think it did. That's why Twitch was always easier, because it was way easier to get monetized on Twitch. The thing is, not a lot of people are like making it their job, but it's nice if someone wants to throw you $5-10 to be able to have them easily do it. And the truth is, like even now, I got platforms you could donate to, right? Other than YouTube Super Chat, PayPal at Robert Noerr, buymeacoffee.com/Rob Noerr, Cash App, $ Rob Noerr, hint, hint. But, the ease of you're watching on YouTube, you click one button, your comment shows up for everyone to see. People like that shit. 3 to 4 years for me to be monetized. There you go. So it's a big deal. Good for Abe. And hopefully we get EOD there soon. Who's a better payout, Kick or Twitch? I don't know. I think Kick has a higher percentage payout. Friendster, they pay out a lot. MySpace. I don't know though. I don't know that I've ever. I think I'm monetized now on Kick. There were a little bit of problems because it wants you to go through Stripe. So I think I'm monetized on Kick now, but not a lot of people watch me over there. Twitch, I get some people. The nice part about Twitch is you get the free sub. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you get to donate 1 free sub a month. So there's a lot of people that are like, hey man, keep your Twitch channel. We'll throw you the free sub. It's like $2.50 or something you make. 10 people do that. It's $25. That's nothing to sneeze at. Zachary Gelby, $5. Thank you. Says Hillary Clinton was partially right. There is a vast conspiracy, just not right wing conspiracy. It's the Gordy conspiracy. We're going to make a movie. The Gordy conspiracy. Thank you, Zachary. Blasterpot, always incredibly generous. Always $20. It says, last night my shift lead was asking why I was laughing so hard, and I explained that we had people send more than $3,000 to a streamer to play a silly song that normally does politics. Yeah, I explained to the merch guy today. He's like, because he knows me from high school, and he's like, sometimes I watch your political stuff. How's it been going? Have your shows been going good lately? What topics have you been talking about? And I was like, well, actually, most.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
Yeah, very generous, Blastermon. Thank you. Well, I'm glad your coworker. Now he's curious. That's how you hook people. They're like, what? I'll check that out. Smart. Oh, let's see. We're almost $200 away. $213 away. It has that effect. I liked it the first time I heard it, and then I got a little tired of it, and then I really liked it, and now I'm very much tired of it, is where I'm at. But I'm hoping, like, if I hear it another 70 times, that I'll start to like it again, is where I'm heading. Now, I bet if someone donates $13, so let's just randomly take a person. Wade Boggs is itching to donate $200 if someone donates $13. We'll even give him 10 in a row of whip song with the video, the bougie whip song. He's just waiting for someone to donate $13 so that he could donate the 200, and it'll get us right to 1357. 10 minutes of whip song to end the show. I know, I could tell. I'm on the same wave. All right, I'm just kidding. Don't donate $13 under the assumption that people I'm saying are going to donate money will do it. What? Oh, man. We will raid out to Abe tonight, though, man. Kudos to him. Getting monetized. Damn right, man. I remember streaming, and I remember being super excited the first time I had 5 people watching me. I thought it was the coolest shit. It would be 10 consecutive, and I'm even willing to put the video with the orcs on it. Oh, the Maryland man heading to Uganda. Soon to be the Ugandan man. Don't worry, there'll be some sort of stay that'll be issued by some Democrat shit justice or judge. Thanks, King of Corn. Thanks so much. You have a good night. Man, but yeah, it's weird. It's weird, man, life's like that, right? Life's set a milestone or something that you think's really impressive achievement. 5 people watching me. There's my man Spiro. It's like, holy shit, 5 people watching me. That means there's probably someone watching me that I don't personally know. I remember that feeling. It was like, damn, yeah, great. And now it's like, if I come on and there's 5 people watching, I'm like, 5 people watching. Great. They probably won't donate for that fucking whip song. That'll be nice. No, it is weird, you know? And little things like that. I hardly think about the time that I wasn't demonetized because you forget about it, you know? I remember, I gotta be honest, like, it's weird talking about money too. I'm certainly doing better now than I ever expected through this channel and through working through the Crucible. I remember my wife and me moving into her cousin's place. Her cousin had a house that was split level. So the other side of the house was an apartment they rented out. And I remember being so dirt poor that we moved into that house, and the only piece of furniture we had was an air mattress. We had an air mattress, 2 blankets, 2 pillows. That was it. No furniture. We didn't have a television, nothing. And I had started working at that old job that I had. Was working home health care with adult with disabilities. So that would have been about 14 years ago. And I remember being so broke. I had to drive out for trainings towards near Pittsburgh. So it was about an hour and 45-minute drive for me. And I was so broke, I remember having to bum money off of Courtney's parents for gas. And I'll never forget this day. I'm coming back, and I pull off about 20 minutes from where we were staying at this apartment. And it is it's the only gas station around, and it doesn't have like I don't know what you call it, like the canopy. And it is it's like 9 at night, completely pitch black, cold as shit, and a monsoon of rain. And I'm standing there pumping gas, just absolutely fucking drenched and soaked. And I was just like, man, like, they withhold your first 2 weeks of pay. And I'm like, listen, if I could just get through these 2 weeks, pay back this gas money I owe, we could start there. Like, we could start there. Someday I want to marry this girl. And that was it, man. Like, that was financially the lowest point for me, where it was like, I'm fucked. Like, we had no money, none at all. And, yeah, give a sub to our good friend Spiro. Absolutely, man. Great dude. But it's weird. It's weird to think like that was like, and that was well before I was doing a YouTube channel or anything like that. It was just like, but now it would be like, it would seem catastrophic if I was in that position now. But then it was like, you know, this is doable. Keep plowing ahead, working forward. And it's the same with, like, I think anything in life, but including streaming, where it's like you start to get used to stuff. I set a goal of $357 a day. If I make $357 tomorrow, how will that feel? Will that feel like a success? If you're like, well, last night I made $1,100. So does 357 feel like a success? It is. It's a fucking incredible number. Absolutely incredible. If I have 80 people watching tomorrow, is that a success? Well, compared to tonight, no. But is it an impressive number? Absolutely. 80 people. Imagine 80 people in a room listening to you speak. Imagine 10 people in a room listening to you speak. We all have a dream, Amagad. I'm living it. Someday people will pay me thousands of dollars to play a song from an old Lord of the Rings cartoon. Find your own damn song. Don't worry, there's other songs from that movie. That'll be my, I'll start a guru, like how to make money course, like find a different song from this old Lord of the Rings movie. Spiro says, been there too, brother. Used to sleep in my car in parks and public benches and stuff. $5 was a McDonald's meal for a day to get me by. I get it now. Now, for me, when I was single, it wasn't that big of a deal because it was like, fuck it, I don't care. But when you're with someone and you want things to be good for them, then it hits. You're like, shit. Did I hear about Bondi calling Trump just president? No. I don't even know. All right. We only got 2 minutes left. Are we going to get to $1,357? I don't know. I don't know. Will there be one more whip song in the future? It would take 11 whip songs to get us there. I'll play all 11 if someone gives it to us now. $220. But otherwise, we'll be raiding over to our great friend, Abe Dinkus, who's celebrating. Now, 10 more would be $200. So that'd still put us short. That'd be 1344. We'd need another $13 on top of that. So 10 whips and $13. Joseph Romano, don't fall asleep. You're welcome. You're welcome. Tomorrow's night show should be a banger. Yeah, I'll give you, if you buy 10 whips, I'll give you the 11th free. We'll give you that. That's fair. I am tired. I'm going to enjoy sleep tonight. I'm going to go downstairs, shower, brush my teeth, lay down in bed, play a game of chess, fall asleep, wake up at 7, get my son off to school. You know what I got to do tomorrow? I forgot all about this. I got to go get my real ID because I'll probably be flying next week. Huh? Wade? No, I'm not going to. I'm dead serious. Remember, the rule is if you listen, I don't want people to get confused on this. If you expressly make it clear, even if it's not in the fucking, I'm not going to be a huge asshole, right? If someone says $200 and I'm like, oh, that cancels the whip song, and they're like, no, I didn't intend to cancel the whip song, then I'm not going to cancel it. So I would not do that. I think I've been pretty good faith. Another thing, let me clear this up. I will stay a couple more minutes because I think this is something that people get confused with. I mentioned this yesterday, but I really, first off, Metal Stalfos, thank you so much for $5. So did you know when there's a whip, there's a way? Now you know. Thank you. There's knowledge I was unaware of. Thank you, Metal Stalfos. Really appreciate it, man. I play one game of chess a night while I'm laying in bed on my phone. People send donations to things like PayPal, particularly when you're talking like the $200 donations, for two reasons. One, because with a donation that big, PayPal will take less money than like YouTube. So that's number one. But the other thing is, a lot of times you can't donate anymore on YouTube. But when the donations come through PayPal, it usually isn't your pseudonyms. So for example, with EOD, I know I shouldn't say this, but EOD's real name's Pecker McCheesewood. So when he sends me money on PayPal, it says, Pecker McCheesewood just sent you $5. So I want to be very careful to not let you all know that EOD's real name is Pecker McCheesewood, right? So you got to be careful with that stuff. But then the problem is because I don't show, because I don't show it, people are like, did you really get a donation or are you just lying? I assure you, I take this, I mean, I hope that people will trust me on this. I take this with the utmost sincerity. I will never fucking disingenuously lie and pretend that someone donated money to encourage other people to donate. I will never donate money to myself under a pseudonym or, any shit like that. I am 100% dead fucking serious. I would never do that. If I tell you someone donated to PayPal or Cash App, they did. Period. End of story. If I can't show you, it's because it's using someone's real name. So, I have an infinite dog glitch on YouTube. No limit. Oh, wow. All right. Well, it's 3:02. Unless some donation comes in like right about now, in the next like 30 seconds, we're going to end the stream. It's been an incredibly successful stream. First off, as always, thank you to Black Elk, my editor, who is absolutely tremendous. You're making a huge mistake if you're not watching the short form videos that Black Elk's putting out my channel. He's a tremendous editor. He adds a lot to it. It's very funny. He's doing a great job. Thank you to all my mods. Zen's Forehead. Now, there's other mods, but the four that really work really hard are Zen's Forehead, Achilles, Are We Not Men, and EOD, or Pecker McCheese. No, EOD. His real name's not Pecker McCheese, but I picked a silly name. That's, but thank you to them. Thank you to everyone who donates heavily. Zachary Gilpy, Blasterbot, Wade Boggs. Thank you so much. Unforced Ego donated $200 to end the whip song and then $200 to bring it back. Like an absolute fucking boss. Says, I will choose to hear whip song at my convenience. So thank you so much to him. It's absolutely, I have other mods, like my wife's a mod, my brother's a mod. But I used to just, someone would be like, can I be a mod? I'd be like, okay. I never even put thought into it. So I never removed anyone from mods, but those are the four people I think that are actually modding like for real, legitimately. So, yeah. So thanks to all them and thanks to everyone that donated or chatted, or even if you didn't chat, if you just watched. Thank you to Gordon. May you find that membership button on someone else's channel that you may someday become a member of. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Scheduled tomorrow, noon, we'll do a call-in show, unless I'm going to be, I guess there's a possibility I can't do that if I'm stuck at the DMV. But I'm trying to get that real ID situation dealt with tomorrow. That way, if Andrew calls me and says, Rob, we need you on an airplane flying to, Delaware tomorrow. I guess I'd probably drive to Delaware, but flying to Oregon tomorrow, I'll say, okay. So I want to get that real ID taken care of. But it should be streaming around noon. Then at 5 o'clock, I'll be doing the extravaganza. Then at 10 o'clock, I'll be doing my regular show. So it should be tremendous. Can't wait for it. All good stuff coming up tomorrow. So, all right, we're going to rain out to my boy, Abe Dinkus. Thank you guys so much. On one hand, we shattered our goal by 322%. Fucking amazing. But we did fail our secondary goal of $1,357. Thereby taking away bragging rights from EOD, which maybe I should have put it the opposite way. Maybe I should have said, if we don't make it, then EOD will have bragging rights. Are We Not Men would have probably personally threw money in then. I don't want my mods donating money, by the way. You guys are great. Don't donate. I appreciate it. I really do. But you guys keep your money. Like, for real. You guys are the fucking best. So I appreciate you guys. So, still more than 40 in chat. So, 40 what in chat? I don't know what we're talking about. Am I losing bragging rights or am I McCheesewood? The whole package. Gaining, losing. So, okay. Thank you guys so much. You can give donations while the outro is playing too. There's no rule against that. So theoretically, if someone wanted to donate, what would it be? $218 to get to our goal. It'd be an epic victory. You don't have to. But I'm confident someone's about to donate $218. Give our friend Abe some love. We'll see you all tomorrow. As always, have some. Pretty tired. As always, have a good one.